Let me make a short announcement. We will shortly begin with the 2021 International Conference on Carbon Neutrality for the industry. From 1 p.m., I ask all the participants to enter the hall and take your seats. And to avoid any interruption, please turn your phones off or turn to vibration mode. The presentations for the sessions can be downloaded on the official website of the conference, and simultaneous interpretation between Korean and English is being provided. Please use the receiver on the table if you are visiting offline. Channel 1 is Korean and Channel 2 is English. If you are joining online, you're using Zoom, you can click on the globe icon to listen to interpretation. If you're on YouTube, you can click on the CC to choose the channel. This is a hybrid conference where you can join both online and offline. Overseas, we have participants joining online, and the panelists from Korea and presenters from Korea are joining offline. We also have a lot of participants joining on Zoom and YouTube. I ask for your patience and participation until the very end. And if you're also using a virtual conference tool, after making a phone call or using a messenger, you'll be automatically logged out. So please set up your phone to airplane mode to avoid any inconvenience. We will now begin with the conference from 1 p.m. Thank you. afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We will now begin with the International Conference on Carbon Neutrality for the Industry 2021. I'm your MC, Sejong Park. Thank you for participating despite your busy schedule. Climate change is a global challenge that the humankind can no longer avoid. Especially in order to achieve carbon neutrality 2050, everyone has been making efforts, and I believe this conference will greatly contribute to achieving this goal. Due to COVID-19, we have participants joining online and both offline. We have been streaming this conference in real time in online virtual conference tools. I ask for your patience and participation until the very end. Today we are going to discuss climate change policy, industry response technology, and global best practices. Without further ado, we will begin with the first session, which is on climate change policy and industrial response strategy. We will have presentations and a Q&A session. And in the first session, we will listen to 5 presentations and move on to a Q&A session. Each presenter will have 20 minutes. The first presentation is on cooperative approaches and sustainable development mechanism regarding Paris Agreement, will be given by Sunchar Park, head of net zero emissions of KITECH.
Hello everyone, I'm Park Suncha from Korea Institute of Industrial Technology. After 6 years of negotiations, now we have come to an agreement of the Article 6 of the Paris Agreement on market mechanism. I would like to briefly explain the market mechanism of the Paris Agreement. There are also elements of non-carbon market, but I'll focus my talk on the carbon market mechanism of the Paris Agreement. As you already understand, all parties have NDCs. So all parties are investors and host countries. But there is an issue of double accounting. In order to tackle the issue of double accounting, corresponding adjustment was introduced. I'd like to talk about Article 6.2 on the cooperative approach. Unlike Article 6.4, it talks about cooperative activities among the parties, and the cooperation is voluntary. And each country is responsible for issuing the emission reductions, and the current provisions do not contain any details on how they're going to issue and manage the emission reductions. However, the emission reductions are called mitigation outcomes, and as you see, if the MO is transferred to other countries, it's called as ITMO. The issuer and the transferred countries, when the corresponding adjustments are made, the emissions are added, and for the investor, if the claim is made by the host country, the emission is reduced. For the user, ITMO usage must be deducted. This is the calculation of ITMO. There is a sustainable development mechanism, and it's Article 6.4. And if you look at Article 6.4, which is really similar to the CDM, it has centralized structure, and there is also supervisory board. All All the reductions are issued by the supervisory board, and all the projects are registered in this supervisory body. The roles and responsibilities of the parties and the issuance procedure are all prescribed in this article. And the mitigation outcome, it is described as initial reduction. In Article 6.4 addresses the generation, and if it is transferred or it is used as NDC, Article 6.2 will apply. Article 6.2 and 6.4 are related to the prerequisite conditions for the carbon market mechanism, and this should be addressed by the government. As you see, each participating party shall ensure that it's a party to the Paris Agreement, and they have to have NDC, and they have to have national registry. At the same time, the parties have to have national greenhouse gas statistics. If you look at Article 6.4, there is a national authority, and here there is a designated national authorities as well. I would like to talk about the characteristics of MO and ER. And the reductions and removals are counted as MO and ER. And MOs and ERs will be issued from the end of 2021, depending on the purpose of those credits. If the emission reductions can be used to achieve NDC, or it could be used for international emissions, for example, to meet the CORSIA requirements. And there are other purposes where these emission credits can be used. These are similar to voluntary markets. These mitigation outcomes must be reported to and should be recorded by the United Nations. There are three different types of reporting. As you see, there is the initial reporting, there is also an annual report, and there is biannual transparency report, which is submitted and published every 2 years. And it contains information on ITMO. And all this information reported will be reviewed by the expert committee prescribed by Article 6. And the expert committee will review the submitted information on a regular basis, and the secretariat will operate the central reporting platform in order to aggregate all the information submitted. One characteristic of Article 6.2 is when it comes to the usage of NDC, I talked about the avoidance of double accounting, which should be addressed by the government. The corresponding adjustment is for the issuer of the unit can serve as a disadvantage. Because the unit supplying country also has their NDC, and their emission reduction projects can be impacted. For countries like Korea, with single-year NDC, we use either the trajectory method or the averaging method. If it's multi-year NDC, you can only use the trajectory method. I so far talked about the transfer of units and the utilization of it toward achievement of NDC. Now I'd like to talk about Article 6.4. The operation mechanism is quite similar to CDM. So it will be helpful for you to understand the mechanism if you compare it with the previous CDM. So this is the operation of Article 6.4. there are 4 parties. There is CMA, which is Conference of the Parties, serving as the meeting of the parties to the Paris Agreement. And they give directives or directions to the supervisory body. Under the CDM, we used to call it CMP. We have supervisory board, which is in charge of implementing Article 6.4. They're in charge of all different methodologies and issuance of the units, and they also approve the issued units. So under the CEM, the role of the supervisory board is similar to the role of executive board of CDM. There is designated operational entity as well, and they review the project feasibility, and they are also in charge of verification. Different countries have DNA or Designated National Authority. These are specific roles and responsibilities of the different stakeholders. CMA provides directions or directives to the supervisory board, and the supervisory board develops and approves the different methodologies, and they also does the renewal and registration and issuance of the units, and they also operate the mechanism registry. Host countries, they need to designate the designated national authority. This is a procedure of the Article 6.4, which is really similar to the CDM. There are some differences. There are actually no differences in terms of procedure, but we have some differences in terms of the operational mechanism. Under CDM, the project is registered by project level or program CDM level. But according to Article 6.4 mechanism, we have programs and projects and other activities approved by the authority can be registered as well. Since there is no supervisory body established yet, we are not sure what kind of activities can be registered. Creating period is also different. Under the CDM, for the renewal type, it has validity of 7 years and can be renewed 2 times, so you can have a total of 21 years. If it's a non-renewal type, it's 10 years. But under the Article 6.4, it has 5-year period and it can be renewed 2 times, so it can be lasted for 15 years, which is shorter than the CDM period. And there are some changes in the methodology. Under the CDM, there are some methodologies that are still valid in this mechanism, and we are now seeing major transition toward the BAT-based methodology. So we have best available technology, benchmark, and historical emissions-based approach. The BAT and benchmarks have not been finalized by the parties, so we expect some differences, or some countries may need some time to develop their own BAT and benchmarking methodology. There is an approval process by the developing countries, and the remaining procedure is the same. In the issuance level stage, there are some changes as well. Previously, under the CDM, there was a 2% deduction, and it was deposited in a separate account. But now we have greater deduction. A total of 7% will be deducted or cancelled. That means If you have 100 tons of deduction, 7% will be cancelled. That means what's issued to the project owner is 93 tons. So the total deduction or cancellation of 7 tons of CO2. Out of those 7%, 5% will be deducted for the adaptation fund. And there's another concept of deduction, which is OMGE. And overall, which is overall mitigation, and that's going to be the 2% additional cancellation. I think you're mostly interested in this slide. I attended COP26 and I received most inquiries on this matter. What's going to happen with the CDM project? And how we are going to use the units that are already issued. So this is a case that I would like to explain to you. From 2013 and 2020, let's say you have registered your project. So at the end of 2021, your project is still going on. And let's say there's another case I'd like to introduce to you, which is the provisional CDM case that is still valid as of 2021. So I'd like to talk about how you can use the CR. If CR can be transited to ER under Article 6.4, however, now it could be used or recognized as a pre-2021 ER. It could be used to achieve the NDC. But there is a condition. The project is registered after January 1st of 2013, and this year was issued before January 1st of 2021. In such cases, the CER can be used to achieve the NDC. But there is one prerequisite. The CERs issued under this project can be used only for the primary NDC. That means it has some limitation in time where it could be used. There is a new forestation and reforestation cases, and the emission reduction from these are called TCR, and these units cannot be used to achieve the NDC. When we were having these discussions, one of the point was whether we want to recognize the transfer and whether there is going to be a time limit for transfer. And advanced countries voted for non-transfer. And in order to reach an agreement, now we agreed to transfer. And the time of transfer is still in debate. Maybe 2013 or 2016. And there was also a debate on the corresponding adjustment of CER. And now the final decision is in favor of the developing countries, and the host countries, the developing countries, will not have the corresponding adjustments applied to them. Now I'd like to talk about the subject of the transfer. So we have registered projects, and the projects go on until after 2021. There may be existing projects, and case 2, which is provisional CDM, can have the units transferred. However, the transfer request should be made by no later than December 31st, 2023, and provisional CDM must be transferred as soon as possible, And for other projects, the request should be made until December 31st to 2023, and the transfers will be completed by December 31st by 2025. But it requires the approval from the host countries. I think there are some uncertainties here because different countries have different conditions for approval. So this is an area where we need further discussions. So I talked about the Article 6.2 and Article 6.4, and now I'd like to provide my personal opinion on the global carbon market. In the initial stage, we're going to have a market developing around the existing CERs, and afterwards, we will see the development of the market that trades emission reductions issued under the Article 6.4. CDM projects registered after 2013 have emission credits of about 1.7 tons of CO2, and the project to be transferred, the projects that will continue after 2021, about 1.5 tons of CO2 will be transferred. Of course, this is the maximum amount of transfer. It will vary depending on the approval conditions. So these will all factor in the development of the initial carbon market. And if you look at the nature of Article 6.2, or the main tenet of Article 6.4 is there's going to be even more stringent rules apply to the recognition of emission reductions or mitigation outcomes. That means the actual emission reduction amount will be lowered. And the emission credits will be issued to 97% of the actual emissions, and there are also matters related to safeguard. And we will continue to have conversation on the transfer and limited usage of the ITMO. We do have varying demands for emission credits. We have some functions of the voluntary markets that have been absorbed by the Yuan institution. In relation to Article 6.2, I think you may have a lot of interest because Article 6.2 will lead to the development of the market, which is mainly led by the government, which is something that has to be created based on voluntary cooperation between different parties. You have to create a mechanism for emission reduction credit issuance. And depending on how governments cooperate and finalize this market, that's going to determine how the private sector carbon market will develop, open and develop. Article 6.2 will play an important role, probably than Article 6.4. And you may have concerns or inquiries about the Korea ETS and about external projects. If there are questions raised about those matters, I'll answer the questions during the Q&A session. Thank you very much for your presentation. Please give him a big round of applause.
It was a very pragmatic issue. Could have been a very difficult topic, but thank you for explaining it to enhance our understanding. Now we will move on to the next presentation on increased national greenhouse gas reduction targets and response plans, which will be given by Sang-Jin Lee, Research Fellow of Korea Energy Economics Institute. Good afternoon. It's a great pleasure to be able to present before you who are joining this conference, at least online. This year, we see a rapid development on the development of institutions and mechanisms regarding carbon neutrality. So I think it's quite difficult to take all this in. And today, I'm going to talk about the increased NDC of Korea and the response plans. I think we first need to talk about what carbon neutrality is. The special report of the IPCC was the starting point of carbon neutrality, and everything inside the report is important, but the most important part is that to limit temperature rise to 1.5 degrees Celsius, we need to achieve net zero by 2050. So this report provided the legitimacy to pursue carbon neutrality that was first declared by advanced nations, and Korea followed suit last year. When you look at the chart, you can see countries that have declared carbon neutrality around the world. Of course, there are differences in the intensity of their efforts, but you can see the companies that have legislated carbon neutrality into law. Korea has also put this into law, and there are many other countries that have proposed bills. Roadmaps and policy documents were published by some countries, and some are only at the stage of declaration. I showed you this because I wanted to know you that there are so many countries declaring carbon neutrality that we cannot put in all the countries in this one chart. And the effort does not stop at the government level. That's very important. We see the participation of a lot of local governments and also businesses that have been participating recently. This means that in business activities, carbon neutrality is an important factor that impacts their performance. So in the future, we will see more declarations from more nations, and we will be able to understand how important it is to pursue carbon neutrality. This slide is about the carbon neutrality scenario. I'm going to be brief. I cannot touch upon all the scenarios, but I'm just going to focus on the power sector and the industry, which is a focus today. Starting with the power sector. There are two different scenarios for coal-fired power plants. So when you look at scenario B, a part of coal-fired power generation will be left, which is based on LNG. And scenario is A is where fossil fuel-based power generation is completely stopped. So in scenario A, you won't see the remaining of LNG, so the industry and businesses will have to transition to non-carbon elements or resources such as ammonia. Scenario B is a little more realistic because you can see some of the fossil fuels such as LNG can still be used to a minimum extent. So by 2050, coal-fired power generation will be stopped, but due to the current construction of plants, we need legal ground and compensation plans being established as soon as possible. Moving on to the industry, there are two different directions. First of all, there is a sector called hard-to-abate industry, where carbon is most produced. And fossil fuel usage and carbon emission can be removed when the process is fundamentally changed. And these sectors include steelmaking, cement, petrochemicals, and oil refining. So their way of making the raw materials must change in order for them to fully transition into carbon neutrality. That is why, to achieve 2050 carbon neutrality, these sectors must fully innovate their processes under this scenario. Other than these industries, other industries need to focus on fossil fuels. So there are two different tracks. First of all, transitioning fossil fuels to electricity, and for some processes that cannot be electrified, hydrogen or other resources such as biomass needs to be used. Fluorinated gas used in semiconductors or displays, and cooling agents must be replaced with alternatives or must be complemented with emissions controlling processes. So we do have challenges ahead of us. Now let me go into the increased NDC of Korea. In 2015, ahead of the Paris Agreement, Korea set the NDC as 37% compared to BAU by 2030. In 2018, the goal was maintained, but the domestic reduction goal was changed. Overseas reduction target was reduced, and Korea's domestic reduction target was increased from 25.7 percentage point to 32.5 percentage point. And in 2019, the same target was maintained, but there was a revision to 24.4% reduction compared to the emission level in 2017. So the unit has changed to absolute emissions rather than BAU. And this year, the NDC increased once again to 40% compared to 2018. So the target went through 3 different rounds of changes. And for Korean industry, there were 2 large changes that influences them. So after 2015, global society's response to climate change developed rapidly, so Korea changed the targets in line with the change. So in the beginning, 24.4% was compared to 2017, and now this target has been increased to 40%. When you look at the share of the industry, it's not small, and the industry is required to cut a lot of emissions. To make this into a chart, you can see in the slide, Korea plans to emit a total of 436.6 million tons, and the sector that must reduce the most amount of emissions is power. The ratio of reduction is relatively lower for the industry sector, considering the means of reduction, but the absolute amount is not small either. Other sectors include carbon sink, CCUS. So Korea's target includes plans to expand carbon sinks. And overseas reduction portion was added to the new NDC. So the part that generates a lot of concern regarding the NDC, the new NDC, is this. Well, the UK, that is most ambitious, has 68% by 2030 and 78% by 2035. But when you look at the pace of reduction, it's about 2.9% reduction every year. But when you look at Korea, it has been growing continuously economically, raising emissions at the same time. So due to this relatively slow development, Korea faces a limitation in carbon reduction. So annually, we need to reduce more than 4%, meaning that Korea needs to be quite proactive, and this has been generating a lot of concern. So what can we do to respond to this ambitious target? It's hard to go into details, but I can touch upon the directions at least. Starting with the power generation sector, the means is not difficult. We need to proactively reduce the share of coal and increase the share of new and renewable energies. The share of the two should be swapped. When you look at the table, coal power must be reduced by a little more than 50%, and renewable energy generation must be increased rapidly. In fact, Korea is at a situation where it must be very active in increasing the level of renewable energy every year. So the same amount of increase must happen every year from now on. There are several challenges. For example, renewable energy is quite expensive. When you look at the chart at the bottom, compared to overseas, renewable energy power generation in Korea at the current point is more expensive. And when you look at the left, this is because of land price. It shows that Korea has a geographical limitation. Its population density is high, but we lack land space. So whether we purchase land or lease land, it takes up a lot of share in the power generation cost. And in reality, the cost of land is unlikely to fall in the future. So this should be the presumption when we make any estimates for Korea. So what can we do? First of all, we need to improve institution and make investments. First of all, we need to focus on increasing acceptance for land and using RPS or KRE 100. We need the proactive leadership of the offtake sector. And we also need to secure future technology, meaning that in a smaller land space, we need to be able to produce more energy. For example, there can be highly efficient photovoltaic or BIPB that can be attached to building walls, or technology that can be attached to ships or cars. So we need technological breakthrough, also need to strengthen our grid system, and also utilize offshore wind power. We also need orderly reduction of coal power. To proactively reduce coal power, we need the legal ground and institutions by the government. Currently, the Power Sector Improvement Act is pending in the National Assembly. This law sets a total quota of coal power generation, limiting power generation based on coal under the cap. It also includes the compensation or support for industries and locations that will be impacted by the phasing out of carbon power or coal power. We need both of the two tracks in order to reduce coal power in an orderly way without incurring extra social cost. We can take the example of Germany's Coal Commission. It has set a target to phase out coal, and it's also providing support for coal-intensive regions. As you see in the slide, by 2038, it's going to phase out the use of coal, and if possible, by 2030. In the process, there is a separate institutional mechanism to enable the most cost-efficient phasing out that incurs a minimal level of social cost. I think this is something that Korea should learn from. When you look at the structural limitation of Korea, it's that when manufacturing grows, emission will grow together from the power sector. When you look at the graph, in the late 90s or 2000s, Korea posted rapid growth, meaning that every time we had an economic growth based on manufacturing and export, we turned the economy around. And in these periods, you can see the rise in emissions because the demand for electricity increases. So this is the cycle that continued in Korea, and that poses a structural limitation for Korea in achieving carbon neutrality. When you look at the Energy Basic Unit indicator, in late 2000s, you can see that Korea has been improving faster than advanced countries. So Korea does have an advantage over advanced countries in energy efficiency. The improvement was faster than even Germany and Japan. Korea recorded about 42%. But when you look at the US, it's hard to make a straightforward comparison because the share of manufacturing is quite small in the US. Germany and Japan has a similar industrial structure. So it doesn't mean that Germany didn't make any efforts to improve energy basic unit. It has seen a saturation in the market, but this emphasizes that Korea has been enhancing energy basic unit quite proactively. And there's also a decoupling between industrial growth and fossil fuel consumption. And this decoupling has been strengthening continuously after 2000. So for the growth of the manufacturing sector must be accompanied by a negative growth of fossil fuel usage, but we haven't reached that level yet. But we do see a decoupling between industrial growth and fossil fuel consumption, which is quite hopeful. So what should Korea do? First of all, I think we need a linkage between the three elements. First of all, we need a clear and stable carbon pricing system. We need to have businesses understand that energy is not for free, and we need to also strengthen energy efficiency, coming up with stricter standards. And we cannot just sit on our hands and hope that emission will decrease. So we need to support the business with innovative technology to make a transition. And we also need participation by businesses more focused on ESG investment, participation RE100, and drastic investment in low carbon. The EU announced the Fit for 55 package and strengthened the regulations in all areas and also their support programs. As this comprehensive package of the EU, Korea also must come up with a comprehensive institution that suits the Korean environment. The one thing that businesses are interested in is decarbonizing their supply chain. I think Korean companies will also see a growing need for this. They will need to manage the emissions of the first tier and second tier vendors in the supply chain, including overseas suppliers. And when you look at sustainability-linked lending and investment, it has more than doubled after the announcement of carbon neutrality by the Korean government. Lastly, there was a gap regarding emission response, which was the SMEs that lack capability and they don't have the information on their emission levels. So they are lagging behind in many aspects. But with the carbon neutrality announcement, relevant laws have been proposed, and SME Climate Hub is something that we can learn from. This is an initiative when SMEs can participate in. They set up their targets and implementation tools will be supported. So we do see these initiatives being built in also in Korea, where SMEs can join and be supported. And regarding supply chain between conglomerates and SMEs, a collaboration must be reinforced in the future. With this, I would like to conclude my presentation. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much for your presentation. So the national NDC of Korea has been increased, as was explained, and he talked about the implications of that higher target. Now, next speaker is Mr. Yoo In-sik from IBK Bank. He is the team leader of the ESG management of the strategy planning department. He's going to talk about vitalization of green climate finance in Korea. Please welcome him with a big hand. Thank you very much for inviting me in this very important gathering. Previous speaker talked about the carbon neutrality of the SME, and I think IBK can play an important role for providing green financing for SMEs in Korea. In the journey to carbon neutrality, I'd like to examine the current status of climate or green financing. I would like to also talk about what needs to be prepared or what needs to be done in Korea. This is a poster that was exhibited during the COP26 meetings. We have a lot of capital and resources, and it should be used for the next generation, and it should be used for encouraging carbon neutrality. Are we on the right track? Maybe not. So that's why earlier this year, even during the COP26 meeting, there were people protesting and arguing for more climate finance. Examining the past 10 years of green financing, I think there is a major difference. There is one thing that is now possible, which was not possible 10 years ago. 2017 was a very important year for green financing. TCFD and NGFS in 2019 were launched. In issues related to climate, there were some negative influence posed by financial institutions, so it highlighted the importance of the actions made by financial institutions. And it is critical for financial institutions to manage climate-related risk. And also, they are in charge of supervising managing climate-related risks, which was a trigger for the need for green financing. IPCC Working Group Report 3 will be published, and green financing will be one of the main chapters of that publication. If you look at TCFD, these are some of the important matters. As is described in this table, the climate risk must be managed by the board of directors of a company. And when it comes to managing financial risks, climate-related risks must be included, and information on climate risks must be made public. And we were also asked to set emissions reduction targets, and it should be published every year. I think this is a major difference between 10 years ago and now. And now there is an even more important role to be played by financial institutions. I think you're familiar with this picture. This was published last year by BIS. This is a report. This is an example how financial institutions around the world are approaching the issue of climate change. This is the letter sent by the CEO of BlackRock, Larry Fink. Maybe it also reflects the financial institutions' position toward climate change. And domestic asset managers are also requesting CEOs of domestic companies that they have to understand that the world is changing or what has already changed. We are already seeing a lot of inflow of investment money into ESG. In just 5 years, ESG investment increased from 6 billion to 100 billion euro. And here, climate change must be addressed as an important issue. Significant amount of investment money is looking at the carbon market. Then what needs to be done? All this money should be used to realize carbon neutrality. You have to set the right direction for this inflow of investment money. And these should be invested in green activities, green companies, and green industries, which will be dependent on having the right green taxonomy. There is EU taxonomy, and there is a lot of investment inflowing into the EU taxonomy companies. Earlier next year, there is going to be green taxonomy ISO 1430-3, and K Green Taxonomy will be published soon. It is expected that from next year there will be a lot of policy funds and private sector investment going into 80 or so activities that are listed in the Korea Green Taxonomy. All those participants watching us live from the industry should make sure that your activities are included in the Korean Green Taxonomy. If your business are part of the Green Taxonomy, I think you can expect a lot more investment coming into your business. Now, talking about Korea. So there are a lot of activities happening around the world, and we have seen a lot of progress internationally. What about Korea? A lot of things are happening quite slowly in Korea. Carbon neutrality, ESG, and green financing have been pursued in earnest probably since late last night, maybe earlier this year. We may be a latecomer, however, I think we'll be able to accelerate our activities. If you look at the right diagram, there is a financial committee on the promotion of green financing, which is organized jointly by the Ministry of Environment. You can download the 50-page document online. If all these plans are materialized, I believe that green financing can play a really important role to achieve carbon neutrality by 2050. And there is a dedicated team launched in the Financial Supervisory Committee. I hope that the planned activities will go as planned. There are also some movements from the National Assembly. You understand that now we have the Framework Act on Carbon Neutrality and Green Growth. If you read the provisions, we do not have a lot of details on green financing. If you look at the Article 58, it says matters related to green financing will be prescribed in a separate law. And currently, there is a bill on the promotion of green financing. I hope that the bill will pass. If there is an investment in green bond, the companies will receive tax incentives, and if there is an investment into green projects, there will be a special unit which is titled as the Green Financial Corporation that is to deal with all these matters. This year, 112 Korean financial institutions made an announcement to support climate financing. I've never seen this kind of declaration made by so many financial institutions up until last year. We had almost no financial institutions that declared carbon neutrality or decarbonization, and so far we already have so many financial institutions that have joined on this decarbonization declaration and declaration on green financing or climate financing. There are also many Korean domestic banks that are installing dedicated units. And National Pension Fund announced that they're going to invest 50% of 50% of their fund into ESG, and there will be a lot of financial instruments that are related to green projects and green financing. I think all these developments are quite significant. Green bond issuance increased by a huge margin this year compared to what was issued last year. This is an article recently reported. 6 securities companies recently decided not to acquire the corporate bond issued by Samcheok Power Generation Company because they have concerns about their ESG performance. Many financial institutions have declared decarbonization. That's why they have decided not to invest in this company, and these companies will find it even more difficult to get financing. It's also because of the global standards. There's a PCFF. This is global financial standard. If financial institutions, if they want to announce carbon neutrality, they have to follow this global standard. According to the global financial standard, there is Shinhan Financial Holdings, and they have sustainability report. If you look at the right side table, by 2050, they said they're going to achieve carbon neutrality in their financial asset portfolio. What this means is that, and this is going to have significant implications for Korean companies. Maybe this is not related to your business, but for the companies that I want to invest and that I provide loan, I want to achieve carbon neutrality. And the way to do is, if there are LNG and coal-related projects, we're going to have less project financing portfolio. By 2050, 100% of the investment will go into renewable energy-related projects, and the loan will be decreased for high carbon projects, and there will be more investment going into low carbon companies. So in the future, high carbon emitting companies won't be able to get loans from Korean banks. And this practice will be even more stringent. Overseas financial institutions have already declared carbon neutrality in their financial asset portfolio, and there are already 8 or so financial institutions that are doing business in Korea, and they have already announced their carbon neutrality. And there will be more financial institutions who will declare carbon neutrality on their financial asset portfolio, and that's going to have direct impact on different companies' business. So far, I talked about the progress of the Korean and overseas financial institutions' carbon neutrality. You may understand what needs to be done at your company. Before I close, I'd like to talk about some of the remaining issues in the journey of carbon neutrality in the financial sector, and I'd like to finish my talk with some of my suggestions. In order to promote green financing, we have to reflect on our past practices. There are technologies that are related to decarbonization and carbon neutrality. Conventional investment will not do its magic, because these are new technologies. We have to have new financial instruments. We need innovation in our financial products. That's the fact that you have to accept, and you have to reinvent your business. This is an area that you are interested. in, which is the K taxonomy, which will be published probably next year. And investing in activities in K taxonomy doesn't mean it's 100% green financing. K taxonomy means promotion of green industry. So these industries and activities are green, so we want to make more investment. But promoting green industry is only part of the story of the carbon neutrality. Existing high carbon industries and high carbon companies must receive support so that it can transition to green industry. This is green transition. So we have to help these companies so that they can switch to green industries and green technologies. So we have to pursue these two aspects in order to achieve green neutrality. So we shouldn't be focused too much on green or K taxonomy. There is sustainable linked loan and there is also sustainability linked bond, and there are important implications. In Korea, financial institutions will announce their SLLs, and for companies that are planning to transit to green industry, there will be tools and means that they can access in order to ensure soft landing for their business. When the green taxonomy is launched next month, it will first apply to bonds, because bonds are investors wanting to maximize their profit and minimize their losses by investing in a limited number of investment instruments. So it shouldn't be mandatory. There should be matching between the investors and the companies, but I'm not sure whether it is right for green taxonomy to be applied to loans as well, because loans are not investment, loans are support. If we want to promote the green industry, we want to support. So in order to support green activities of Korean companies, it is very important to provide good availability of financing. Let's say you have green activities that you're planning, and according to the K Green Taxonomy, in order to satisfy all the criteria, you have to prepare documents, you have to have your business evaluated. You have to go through all these complicated processes. Then, will that company be really active in pursuing green industry or green activities? There should be an environment where companies, in their effort to turn around their business into green activities, they should have easy access to green financing. And this is one thing that I would like to share with you with the civil society. Green taxonomy shouldn't be the green financing. There are a lot of efforts that are being made by financial institutions in order to manage climate risks. And I understand there is going to be a climate risk management guidelines, which will be adopted possibly by all the financial institutions. We need to think about the implications of having the guidelines. Let's say there is a company A which emits a lot of CO2 in the atmosphere. If it's going to take loan of 100 billion won, and the financial institution can have the loan loss reserve of 1%. But now financial institutions have to think about the climate risk. Because this company emits a lot of CO2 in the atmosphere, the loan loss reserve will be 10 times higher, 10% of the loan amount. So that means companies, because financial institutions will be more hesitant to provide loan to this company, many companies will have a lot more difficulties in taking out loans from banks. So this is an area that the financial institutions have to work with the government in order to come up with a good plan. There is also another issue of not having sufficient amount of climate risk related information. The case is all the more serious for SMEs. Even if they do not have sufficient amount of information, they face a lot of challenges when they try to introduce green activities. The government should provide consulting services and come up with a lot of support so that they can accumulate and access information on climate risks. We have emission trading scheme. This year, there was a major change in Korean ETS. Now, financial institutions are allowed to participate in ETS. From next year, 20 or so securities companies will join the ETS market, and there will be voluntary trading of ETS in Korea. That means a lot of capital coming into the carbon trading market. It's not just simple trading of ETS. Joining in the market, there will be active investment into 680 companies, and the generated credits will be also distributed in the market. We need to have proper institutional foundations so that the security companies can function as a market facilitator. Now I'd like to talk about the carbon neutrality announcement of the financial asset portfolio. We have to approach large companies and SMEs differently. There are a lot of companies or large companies announcing carbon neutrality. Maybe it's a natural course for them the financial institutions to announce carbon neutrality in their financial asset portfolio. But we'd like to also understand whether it is right for financial institutions to announce carbon neutrality vis-a-vis SMEs. SMEs do not see any incentives for going against the trend. And now banks are saying that they're not willing to give out loans to SMEs for their low environmental performance. Making an announcement itself is not important. Maybe if it's used as a marketing strategy, it shouldn't be used as a marketing strategy. SMEs are at a disadvantage, and they may be marginalized. We need to have transition of the entire processes, and we have to have a good plan to assist SMEs to assist their grand transition, and the IBK will do its part to assist SMEs as well. That's the end of my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Yu, for the wonderful presentation. So he has given us a lecture on a more comprehensive concept of green financing, and the keyword transitional financing must be included to create actual changes, he emphasized. Next, we will listen to the presentation on current status of global RE100 by Taehan Kim, Senior Researcher of Korea Sustainably Investing Forum. Please put your hands together for Mr. Kim. Good afternoon. I'm Taehan Kim from Korea Sustainability Investing Forum. And when we talk about climate change, businesses talk about two things: what they can do and what they need to do. So they deliberate on a lot of things between the two directions. But what they need to do is clearly defined by government regulations. From the perspective of businesses, they now need to think about the level of their engagement and commitment. And companies are usually focused on ETS, the emissions trading scheme. Previous presentations were on green financing and overseas companies' requirement of greening the supply chain. So ETS or technology does not really fully enable companies in Korea to commit or achieve carbon neutrality or comply with the government's regulation. So today I'm going to talk about how global companies are implementing carbon neutrality and the impact on Korean companies, with a focus on strengthening the competitiveness of Korean businesses. As was mentioned, there is almost no country that is not declaring their net zero target. Of course, such as China, there are some differences in the deadline, but carbon neutrality is a common goal that the entire world is focused on. And recently, global discussions have been focused on rather than carbon neutrality, but on how to achieve the goal in 2030. Korea has set its NDC and has also come up with the details for implementation by 2030. Basically, carbon neutrality and GHG reduction starts when a global target is set, leading to the national goals set by national governments. As the next stage in each country's, the target will be allocated to each players in the market. Just like in Korea and EU, where there is an ETS, companies will be allocated of its role or commitment through the ETS. So if companies comply with their allocated commitment, can they be competitive? I don't think this is the answer. Already, a lot of Korean and overseas companies have been declaring their contribution to carbon neutrality that exceeds the allocation by ETS. So here you can see the slide on Race to Zero, where non-state actors such as businesses, financial institutions, and in some cases local governments are induced to declare carbon neutrality. Around the world, already more than 4,000 businesses have announced carbon neutrality goals under the campaign. However, the issue of carbon neutrality, when it's applied to businesses, it's quite different from the goal at the national level. The country is focused on the absolute emission. Emission can be divided into scope 1, 2, and 3. Direct emissions, indirect emissions, and other indirect emissions. So the government only focuses on scope 1, the direct emissions. But it's more complex when it comes to businesses because they need to manage all three scopes. Scope 1 and scope 2, they need to have a more stringent approach. And scope 3, they can have a more lax requirement. However, there would be a lot of changes in the future. Because carbon neutrality became a key issue and many businesses declared to achieve carbon neutrality, we need to look into the discussion on the company's level of emission reduction. So when you look at these businesses and financial institutions declaring carbon neutrality, their goals are all different. So SBTi actually came up with a corporate net zero standard. SBTi is not an international standard organization. It was organized by 4 different organizations, including CBT, but most global major companies are joining this activity. And SBTi is almost the only organization setting up a corporate net zero standard. So I think this will be adopted in the end. Most of the science-based information or background used in IPCC and UN organizations have been provided by SBTi. So as mentioned, there is the corporate net zero standard, which is quite complex and strict. As mentioned, more than 4,000 companies have committed to follow these rules or regulations to achieve carbon neutrality. Regarding carbon neutrality, SBTi came up with 4 different requirements or goals. First of all, the company must have at least 2 goals. achieving net zero by 2050, and by 2030, achieving 50% carbon reduction. So it's not shown on the slide, but scope 1, 2, and 3 must be included in their reduction target. And combined, the scope 1, 2, and 3 emissions must be more than 95% of the total emissions. So net zero requires companies to reduce carbon emission, and if there is a remainder, this must be offset through ETS. So let's say a company emits 100 tons and it has reduced 90 tons. So it now emits only 10 tons of carbon. So to offset this, they need to make an extra effort. So to become net zero, they need to remove this 10 tons. And they can use removal or use a carbon sink to offset their remaining 10 tons or use certificates. Until they announce net zero, they need to use the credit issued by third parties to make social contributions. And for the cost of offset, the ratio between offset and reduction is strictly defined. So they need to reduce 90% of their emissions and only offset 10%. Net zero is required for scope 1 and 2. The more complicated part is scope 3. So even when companies don't declare carbon neutrality, they need to be partially engaged due to scope 3. When you look at scope 3, you need to look at the entire supply chain, the forward and backward. So the backward is usually related to customers. Customers, when they purchase or use products, these products have emissions in their production process. And when it comes to financial institutions, they need to deal with the emissions in the assets they have invested in. Most companies have declared net zero, including scope 3 as well. For example, Apple has also included scope 3 in their goal. Using renewable energy or carbon reduction are requirements for Korean and overseas companies. But when you look at overseas companies, they have set their own goals and have been making efforts to meet the global standard in setting up these goals. This is the same with the financial institutions as well. We do have SBTI standards, but we need to understand there are other sources that require carbon neutrality for businesses. So, where do Korean businesses need to focus on? Most businesses used to be focused on regulation and implementing carbon neutrality, especially regarding ETS allowances or allocations. But they realized that their commitment must be expanded going forward. Relatively speaking, Korea's NDC is quite ambitious. It has to do more than other countries annually. When you look at the global standard, the SBTI came up with their goal to limit the temperature rise by 1.5% degrees Celsius for Scope 1 and 2. It means a 40% reduction. So when you compare this with Korea's NDC, Korea's goal is more ambitious and requires more stringent activities. But still, we see global companies setting up their own ambitious goals under SBTI, so we cannot say that Korean companies are under more difficult situation. So all companies are in the same situation. So under the circumstances, how can companies achieve net zero? I mentioned that Scope 3 is too comprehensive, so let's put that away. When you look at Scope 1 and 2, the only solution is relying on renewable energy. Other than special industries such as cement, electrification will increase. So in the future, emissions from electricity generation will increase. So we need to deal with the power sector in order to meet our goal of net zero. The foreign companies have come up with ambitious goals because they've thought this is possible when they use renewable energy. In this context came the RE100 initiative. We see many companies voluntarily joining this movement. In 2004 or 2005, companies were usually against a stricter goal, thinking of the impact on the industry. Civil organizations and NGOs together to persuade the business that climate action is actually desirable for business performance and came up with the RE100 initiative. Renewable energy policies are mostly focused on supply. So RE100 focuses more on the demand side, the business side. And currently, we have more than 300 members, and 13 Korean companies also have joined RE100. And looking at the current trend, most major companies are currently considering to join RE100. Even when they don't, they are internally planning to come up with their carbon neutrality target. And most RE100 companies are planning to achieve net zero by 2030. So to procure renewable energy, one way is to produce it, the other is to purchase it. But producing it is impossible for most companies, so mostly companies opt for purchasing it from outside. So there is one method, which is the power purchasing agreement. You can purchase the certificate issued upon production of renewable energy. And utility companies have combined these two methods as a package, so companies can use this package as well. From the end of 2018, RE100 was discussed at the government level, national level, to spread this nationwide. So now we have more options to achieve the RE100 goal. But of course, overseas procurement is quite costly still, but we do have multiple options at hand. Now let's take a look at how to be a part of RE100. First of all, the company must annually use more than 0.1 terawatt hour of power. But even when a company is not qualified under this criteria, major companies in priority areas can join RE100. One example is financial institutions. They use less power but have great impact in asset allocation. So most financial institutions are allowed to join. And recently, there has come up criteria precluding some companies. For example, weapons, gambling, and tobacco companies are precluded from RE100. Now, these are the goals, 100% by 2050, but most RE100 companies have declared to achieve 100% by 2030. And the scope of RE100 includes companies related to Scope 2 emissions, and also Scope 1 caused by power generation. And this RE100 is targeted usually for the entire group of affiliates. When you look at certain countries, there is a holding company enlisted on the securities exchange. So in that case, the entire group would be a part of RE100. But if different affiliates are listed, they can be individually joining RE100 as well. So overall in ESG, financial and non-financial items are both reviewed. And financial statement is based on consolidation, is at a consolidated basis. So the same concept is applied to RE100. And every year, the company will be required to report on their performance. And most renewable energy sources are recognized as an alternative. In the case of hydrogen, green hydrogen that does not emit carbon during the production process is allowed. RE100 sees hydrogen as an energy carrier, so if CO2 is not emitted, can be used. And there's also a scope for the region. If the grid is connected, our renewable energy can be procured within the zone. In the case of the US and Canada, the grid is all connected, so if tracking is possible and monitoring is possible, US companies can procure renewable energy from Canada as well. So this was my presentation on RE100. Before closing, I'd like to mention that Korean companies compared to foreign companies have quickly adopted regulations or mechanisms set up by the government. But carbon neutrality is an issue that goes beyond the scope of the nation. So now they need to really focus on the actual requirements from the market to come up with countermeasures. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Many companies around the world are now working on their action plans to achieve carbon neutrality, as was explained. Finally, the last presentation of this session number 1. Next speaker is Mr. Kim Hyung-ju, Director General of Green Technology Center. He's going to talk about major countries' carbon neutrality, technology policy trend, and response of Korea. Please welcome him with a big round of applause. I'm Kim Hyung-ju from Green Technology Center. So I'm the last presenter of session number 1. I will focus mostly on the topic of technology. I'd like to talk about what other countries are doing in terms of development of green technologies and how Korea should react to this global movement. Already many speakers before me have talked about different countries' carbon neutrality announcement, and there were some major international conferences, and I will talk about major carbon neutral technology policies of major countries, and I will talk about Korea's policy to achieve carbon neutrality. Per capita emissions level of Korea will be the starting point of my talk. If you look at the left side graph, compared to Western European countries and Japan, per capita CO2 emissions is bigger in Korea. It is because we have core industries that are highly dependent on energy consumption. Korea now wants to achieve carbon neutrality by 2050. If you look at the right side graph, this is global primary energy consumption by region from 2010 to 2050. We believe that OECD member countries will maintain their current level of energy consumption. But if you see the figures of non-OECD member countries, we expect to see a huge increase in their primary energy consumption. Still, many developing countries will depend on energy-intensive industries. So even if many countries achieve carbon neutrality, we cannot still stop the wide implications of climate change or climate crisis. So we have to find ways to achieve both economic development and carbon neutrality. We really need to have technological breakthrough. I think that's going to be the key for achieving global carbon neutrality. This is my question to all the audience. What kind of carbon neutrality do we want to achieve using what kind of technologies? What will be our pathway toward carbon neutrality? So this is the question that I would like to pose to you. And this is the question that I will try to find an answer to with you. As was already explained by many speakers, so far, as of October 2021, 140 countries around the world have declared carbon neutrality. Some have related act, some have policy, so it's a global trend indeed. In 2021, we already had major international conferences related to carbon neutrality. In April this year, there was Climate Summit led by the US. 40 countries participated. And in May, there was a Petersburg Climate Dialogue. In June, G7 Summit was organized. And in July, the G20 Climate Energy Minister meeting was held. And in September Major Economies Forum on Energy and Climate was held. As you can see, we are seeing higher pressure on conventional coal-consuming industries. And we are also seeing many countries making announcements on their plans to collectively limit the global temperature rise within 1.5 degrees Celsius. If you look at the greenhouse gas emissions of major countries, G7 account for 31.8%, and innovations taking place in G7 will be transferred to other countries by 2030 and beyond, and these are the countries that will lead the global effort to achieve carbon neutrality. All G7 member countries have declared carbon neutrality, and they've announced their plans to achieve carbon neutrality by 2030. First, looking at EU, there are so many publications and reports that deal with European Green Deal and the carbon border adjustment mechanism. And there are many works that analyze the implications of or the potential threats to be posed by CBAM. But we've seen similar trends in the past, leveraging their advanced technologies to protect their industry or trying to use such technologies as trade barriers. When I began my work in sustainability, back then there was ELV, and there was also Waste Electrical and Electronic Equipment Directive. There's also REACH and ROHS. So all these instruments have been used by EU to protect their local industries. I think CBAM is in line with these movements. Now switching to Germany, they have declared their plan to achieve net zero or carbon neutrality by 2050. They approved the revisions to the Climate Protection Act. They also announced their climate package by 2030. For Germany, when they pursue innovations in R&D, they want to have all options available and pursue different technologies. Of course, they pursue energy transition, energy efficiency improvement in some industries, and these are the things that are pursued by other countries as well. But for them, it is important to have comprehensive and systemized approach in their R&D efforts. Now, this is what's happening in the US. When Donald Trump was the president, the situation was quite serious. But with President Biden taking office, they came back to the Paris Agreement, and he announced suspension on the projects that President Trump approved, such as the oil drilling and pipeline construction. But these two presidents share one common objective, which is to strengthen the domestic manufacturing industry. However, the beneficiary of the policies have changed from the fossil fuel-based industries to climate new industries. So this is the US administration's drive to promote their economy and create new jobs. And they've been really active to attract investment from other countries, which Korean conglomerates have responded positively and announced major investment plans. We have to think about the implications of such movement of domestic companies expanding their manufacturing base in the US on the production and jobs in Korea. These are some of the policies of the US carbon neutrality. In the US, ARPA-E was launched, and now we have ARPA-C as well. In order to create jobs and in order to prevent and respond to climate crisis, there is American Jobs Plan, and they're also making a lot of investment. These are the areas, or 10 areas, where investment will be made through ARPA-E. And these are related to the 10 major technologies where Korea will pursue. But we need to pay attention to the objectives of, or the purpose of, supporting these industries. It is to strengthen the domestic manufacturing base of the US, and we need to be concerned about its possible implications on Korean production and Korean jobs. Now, this is what's happening in Japan. They have selected 3 areas and 14 major industries to receive government support. And these are energy, transportation, manufacturing, and home and office. And these are the areas where there will be a lot of R&D activities to develop new technologies. You have on your right side of the slide 10 core technologies that will be pursued by the Ministry of Science and ICT. There are 10 technologies, which include PV and wind power and carbon capture and storage. As was the case with Japan, it seems like the government is leading all these initiatives with select and focus approach, which is similar with Korean strategy. They announced carbon neutrality 2050 and came up with green growth strategies and estimated the generation mix and energy consumption and came up with these plans for different technologies and sectors. Japan expects that their electricity demand is expected to rise by 30 to 50% by 2050, and they're planning to increase their investment on offshore wind to make it provide 50 to 60% of all power generation. And there's going to be also nuclear and coal-fired power responsible for 30 to 40% of the energy mix, and there will be 10% of energy that's generated from hydrogen and ammonia. According to the Carbon Neutrality 2050 policy, they revised their green growth strategies and established R&D plans accordingly. In Korea, we have carbon neutrality scenarios established, and we have means to achieve it established per sector. We need to fine-tune those sectoral plans, and we need to work on R&D plans as well as demonstration projects. That's what's needed in Korea, having all those plans aligned. We often speak of New Energy and Industrial Technology Development Organization called NEDO. They are planning to create 2 trillion yen worth Green Innovation Fund in order to support new technologies for the 14 industrial areas of 3 big categories of energy, transportation, manufacturing, and home and office. They will also provide support for demonstration and commercialization of the technologies. And there are also projects to transfer the domestically developed technologies to other countries. Now, moving to the UK. In June 2016, the UK enacted a law on carbon neutrality by 2050. They selected 10 major tasks to realize innovation in green industries, and they finalized their carbon neutrality strategies in October this year. And they came up with the 10-point plan for a green industrial revolution. There is a little difference. They have next generation wind power and smaller modular reactors, energy storage, direct air capture, which are included. And also the list has what's called the disruptive technologies. I think they're highlighting innovation in their R&D efforts. Now I'd like to talk about carbon neutrality policies in Korea so that we understand our policies compared to other countries' policies. I think all the experts are familiar with the government's plan. There are 4 basic directions and 5 major directions or basic directions or policy directions and basic directions. There are areas identified where we will focus our effort to reduce CO2. This is a quite busy slide, but these are the 10 key technologies to be developed according to the proposal made by the Ministry of Science and ICT. PV, wind power, hydrogen, bioenergy, decarbonization of steel and cement industry, next generation petrochemical industry, maximizing efficiency in industrial processes, zero carbon mobility, carbon neutral building technologies, digitalization, and commercialization of CCUS. Concerning the question that I posed to you at the beginning of my talk, we've examined what US is doing, what EU is doing, what Japan is doing. Now it's time for us to think about what is the direction of carbon neutrality that we want to take. Maybe I do not believe that my ideas are 100% good, but for the sake of sharing my ideas, I think we have to set 3 different directions to achieve carbon neutrality. And first is related to technology. We need to think about what technologies we can develop better than others. What kind of technological capacity we have. We've been growing our economy based on export. We have very limited domestic market. We cannot rely on the size of the domestic market in order to push ahead with the technological advancement for carbon neutrality. We have to continue our energy into developing technologies that we can develop the best. And we need thorough reviews on our current technological capabilities, and we have to focus our energy to develop such technologies. And it is critical to create an industrial ecosystem where such technologies can flourish. So those technologies include microgrids or distributed smart grid, and batteries, hydrogen-powered vehicles, and hydrogen transportation, storage, and charging-related technologies. And we have to develop packaged technologies in the favorable industrial ecosystem. There are some promising technologies that are being developed, but their TRL is still at level 4 or 5. It is critical that we strengthen our collaboration with SMEs so that we will be able to enhance the TRL beyond 4 to 5. As was the case with the UK, of course, direct air capture and bioenergy with carbon capture and storage are some of the future technologies where there are still uncertainties centering around the efficiency of the technologies. I'd like to also highlight the importance of data. There should be a data system where public and the private can share data. Then it will also be beneficial for SMEs in their R&D efforts. It is once again very critical to have industrial ecosystem to achieve technological excellence. International cooperation is also very important. There are areas that we lag behind. Then we need win-win approach in strategic international cooperation. If you look at the 2050 carbon neutrality scenarios, 80% of the hydrogen demand will be satisfied from overseas. And we also need to have carbon storage worth 1 billion tons. We also need to take initiatives and try to obtain leadership on the international stage when it comes to standardization and international certification. We also need to actively participate in global initiatives with stronger collaboration with international organizations. So we need to pursue all these three aspects. Only then I think we'll be successful in our drive to achieve carbon neutrality by 2050. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Kim. Please stay on stage and take your designated seat. From now on, we will begin with the Q&A session. I ask all the presenters to come up to the stage and take your designated seats. Before we begin with this conference, we have received questions in advance, and we also have real-time questions. So we have one question for each presenter.
First question is directed to Mr. Park Sun-chul. So among climate change-related policies, what is the mechanism for corporate-to-corporate emissions trading, and what is the mechanism? Whether there is a mechanism for corporate-to-corporate trading of carbon credits? If my understanding is correct, whether there is a ETS mechanism or what kind of policies that will allow carbon trading between companies. Emissions trading policy is the policy which will allow corporate-to-corporate or B2B emissions trading, which is similar to the ETS of Korea and the EU. Because this is a transaction, there should be a demand. And I think that could be the emission allowance. So it could be in the form of regulation. I hope that I answered your question.
Moving on, Mr. Lee from KWEI. Let's say it turns out that we can't achieve the NDC by 2030 in reality. What should be the appropriate response by the industry? So in the case it turns out NDC is unattainable in reality, how should the industry respond? Well, it's a future that I don't want to imagine, but I guess there are challenges, so that's why this question was asked. The goals of the nation and businesses, well, you don't need to think of them as integrated because when there is a difficulty for the country to attain this goal, the business should continue on pursuing their sustainability goals. Under the Paris Agreement regime, even when NDC is not realized, there is no sanction. It is a lax system, but we shouldn't be complacent. As I have explained, business initiatives are increasing, and businesses are encouraged to voluntarily participate in these initiatives to make proactive response. The role of the government, business, and individual don't need to be really separately thought about.
Next question is directed to Mr. Yunji from IBK. So you gave a talk on green financing, and the question is, what are some of the financial instruments that could be used for the carbon neutrality of the industry, and when do you think those financial products will be made available? Among the available financial instruments, there is a carbon spread product, and there's also other structures that are available from IBK. Commercial banks also offer various green financing options, so you have access to all these financial products. But what's really more important than these products is the Financial Response Fund, which is about 2.6 trillion Korean won. How we can access this fund should be considered. And K Green Taxonomy will be announced next month, and next year probably there will be some new financial instruments that are made available in relation to the taxonomy, and there will be also other financial products available, but those will not be made available early next year. Probably all these new financial products will be made, or financial models will be made available, hopefully in the second half of next year. So we have a lot of expectations on the financial products to be made available.
Next, Mr. Kim from KOSIP. So what is the current incentive or government support to encourage participation in RE100? And there was another question. What it would be key to spread RE100? Basically, RE100 is a private-led initiative rather than a government-led initiative in order to respond to climate change. Because the private sector saw that climate action would positively impact business performance, they came up with this initiative. So there aren't many government support that can be considered. However, in terms of procurement, there could be some benefit for companies using renewable energy, or they could use policy financing. If companies use renewable energy, it's also a way to mitigate risk, and because climate change is becoming more important, it's a means to raise the competitiveness of the company. So interest rate or policy financing could be means to support companies, or public pension funds when they make an investment decision. They could focus performance on renewable energy use in the energy mix and climate action. I think direct incentives won't be really given to companies. And even when there is, it would be focused on SMEs rather than conglomerates, as well as supply chain and the areas that companies cannot deal with on their own. We believe that demand will continuously grow from the business side. However, as demand is linked with market price, we see insufficient competitiveness in terms of market price for companies. So short-term demand can grow, but in the long run, the growth of demand will be delayed. Thank you.
Last but not least, we have a question to Mr. Kim Hyung-ju from Green Technology Center. So the CCUS carbon storage related technologies are being developed. I'd like to understand how much progress we have achieved in these technologies, and when do you think these technologies will be commercially available in Korea? I think I have the toughest question to answer. Of course, it's really difficult to anticipate what's going to happen. I do not believe that I'll be able to give you an exact answer on when these technologies will be commercially available. Ministry of Trade and Ministry of Science and ICT are working on a large-scale preliminary feasibility studies for CCUS and other green technologies. For hydrogen, we will have, under our scenario, more hydrogen deployed in Korea, and it will play a significant role in achieving carbon neutrality by 2050. We need innovation, we need policy support, and sufficient budget. Then we'll be able to bring forward the timing for all this technology deployment in Korea. That's what I can say for this question. Technology, policies, and budget must all be secured, along with social public acceptance on the new technologies. Then we'll be able to achieve our targets earlier than what's defined in the carbon neutrality scenario. Thank you very much for giving us the realistic answer. Of course, all those technological developments and the timing for deployment cannot be accurately predicted, but with sufficient budget, maybe we'll be able to achieve these technological advancements earlier than expected. Again, that's why the role of the government is really important. With that, we'll finish the Q&A session for session number 1. Once again, please give a big hand to all the panelists. Well, this is the end of the first session. Before we move on to the second session, we can take about 7-minute break. It's 3:03. We'll resume the next session at 3:10. Thank you very much.
We will soon begin with session 2. So I ask all the participants to enter the hall and take your seats. Again, we had a very short break. We will shortly begin with session 2. Ask all the participants to make your way into the conference hall and take your seats. Thank you. I know it was very short, but I hope you had a good rest. We will now begin with session 2. So now we are going to take a look at best practices of response to carbon neutrality overseas. In this session, we have a total of 3 different presentations. Each will be given 20 minutes. In the end, we have a Q&A for all 3 presentations. The first presentation is given by Byung-Wook-Chun, Overseas Renewable Energy Team of Korea Midland Power. The title is Korea Midland Power's Carbon Neutrality Response Status in India. Good afternoon. Thank you for that great introduction. My name is Byung-Wook-Chun. I'm in charge of the Overseas Renewable Energy Team of Korea Midland Power. Today I'm going to talk about our overseas project as a model case for responding to carbon neutrality. The title of my presentation is Korea Midland Power's Carbon Neutrality Response Status Overseas. My presentation is largely divided into 3 parts, starting with company introduction, and I will move on to the current status of our overseas new and renewable energy projects, and conclude by introducing our carbon neutrality roadmap for overseas projects. So recently we have declared carbon neutrality for Korean projects, but for overseas projects, we do have an internal goal that we have been pursuing. So before I move on, let me introduce the company. Korea, we were divided from the KEPCO in 2001, and we have a very good credit rating as a GENCO. And this slide shows the current status of coal-fired power plants in Korea that we own. We have the headquarters for generation in Seoul, and we have 8 different generation headquarters. Our production capacity is 10 gigawatt, which takes account for 9% of Korea's power supply. And we're also engaged in developing renewable energy in Korea and operating renewable energy production. We have various photovoltaic generation facilities, and in Jeju we have the onshore wind power. We're also developing our technology and production lines for offshore wind power. And we're also operating or building secondary battery. So we are currently building or operating a total of 200 megawatts of renewable energy facilities. Let me now move on to the current status of our overseas renewable energy projects, including the challenges and examples of our green investment response. As you see on the map, we are engaged in overseas projects in largely 3 areas, starting with the U.S. In 2012, we established Comipo America to focus on business in the U.S. We're engaged in Electron ESS projects. We have 4 projects, combined 80 megawatts of capacity. As you see, Europe is one of our important business locations. We started the Stavro Wind Project in 2007 and moved on to start the Cuba Barrett Wind Project. We also have projects in Spain as well. Lastly, one of our strategic locations is Australia, where we operate the photovoltaic project. Here you can see that we are operating in North America, Europe, and Australia as three main locations to develop our new and renewable projects. First of all, let me introduce the projects in North America. The first project is the Electron ESS project. Production capacity is 62 megawatts of PCS and 346 megawatt hours of battery capacity. It is a virtual power plant based on ESS. As you can see on the map, it is located in the commercial district adjacent to LA in California state, and we supply to universities, commercial buildings, hospitals, hotels, and large superstores for their peak demand. LA is suffering from a chronic delay of transmission, but due to opposition from residents and environmental issue, installing new capacity is impossible. That is why the state government of California is proactively pursuing support for ESS projects. So with SKENS, a private company, we gained this opportunity to run a project on ESS-based VPP. The plant has been completed in November 2020. As you see, we use Tesla and Lockheed Martin's products for ESS, and especially from Lockheed Martin, we use the product installed with a battery from LG Chemical, and there has been no fire incident until now. This was built in 2020, and approval from the Ministry of Industry was difficult because there were a lot of fire incidents related to battery in Korea. So we emphasized on the safety of ESS and came up with fire safety measures to persuade the ministry. After 1 year of efforts, we gained approval from the ministry. We use an Almada, which is an AI-based software in order to implement a virtual power plant. The operating system uses historic power market data to provide an optimal state of operation. ESS and other distributed energy resources have been developing rapidly, and in the ESS market, we see rising importance and need along with the growth of renewable energy. So our company has been responding to this market change, and for the first time as a Genco, we enter the market of VPP in the US and secured a future growth engine as part of our green investment strategy. Let me now move on to the Elara Solar project. Production capacity is 130 megawatt. It's a tracking PV project located in the city of San Antonio in Texas. As you can see in the picture, this is a flat plane, so there are no shades at all. So it is very optimal for photovoltaic generation. So utilization is more than 30%, and compared to Korean environment, it has much superior environment. Off-takers include EDF Energy and Morgan Stanley Renewables, so our contract lasts for about 10 years. In Korea, photovoltaic PP period has been decreasing, and the price has been decreasing below $20 for megawatt hour. And for the first time as a GenCo, we secure the investment tax credit in the US and enter the Texas market. We have completed construction, as you can see in the photo. We are currently test operating this facility. We have completed the performance test, and if we conclude the technical funding with technical sign-off with the owner, full operation will begin next year. The next project is Concho Valley Solar Project. The capacity is a little larger than Ilara, which is 160. So the technology used here is tracking PV. As you can see on the map, it's located in Tom Green County at the west side of Texas, which is a very flat plain. Just like Ilara, it has a lot of solar exposure, so utilization has exceeded 30%. We use two-way model of Hanwha and LS Cable, and Korean suppliers also participated in the project, so we expect more than 100 billion won of profit from this project inflowing into Korea. Recently, the government, as part of its strategy for Korean New Deal, selected this project as a potential project. So construction will start this year and will be completed next September. So we have secured the site and worked on connection with the grid and contracting, as well as securing senior bond lending. So we started participating from the very beginning to secure contracts for Korean suppliers as well. Let me move on to the Boulder 3 Solar plus ESS project. We entered the US photovoltaic market in 2012, and this was the next project. Boulder 1 was 200 megawatts and Boulder 2 was 50 megawatts, and they have been both sold in the US. We have remaining site where we installed PV panels, and we are installing a capacity of 230 megawatt hour of ESS along with 128 megawatt of PV. Our off-taker is ND Energy, and construction will be completed in 2023 December. Let me now move on to our renewable energy projects in Europe. The first is the Stavra Wind Project in Sweden. Capacity is 254 megawatts. 4.6 megawatt wind turbine was installed. The location is above Stockholm at the middle part of Sweden. As you can see in the photo, wind turbines have been fully installed, and we are currently testing the reliability. Off-takers are Google, and we have a PPA agreement of 10 years with Holman. Sponsors include doctors, pension fund, financial investors from Germany, along with Korean financial investors. So the investment is made through Comipo Europe that was established by us. As a Genco, it was the first time to enter the European greenfield market, and it was an opportunity to cooperate with partner companies, and through this, construction, operation, and management know-how was accumulated. Based on this expertise, we moved on to carry out the Guba-Berget wind project. The capacity is 74 megawatts. Compared to Stavro, we use 12 6.2 megawatt wind turbines. So companies that joined Stavro project also joined this project, and we signed an offtake contract with Microsoft. Construction started September this year and will be completed November in 2023. The next is the Primera Solar Project. Under our strategy, we are focused on wind power for North Europe and PV for Southern Europe, taking account of the geographical advantages. The capacity is 90 megawatts, and there are 3 locations, as you can see on the map. They're all nearby Sevilla, Madrid, and Murcia, large cities. Spain has advantageous location in terms of solar exposure. So it is a destination for a lot of PV companies. Lastly, let's take a look at the projects in Australia. The first is the Dalby Solar Project. Located in Dalby, Queensland, Australia. Capacity is 83 megawatts. We have secured this site, and we are almost done with the grid control operation, and the construction will be completed by July 2023. If the phase 1 is completed, on the remaining site, we will work on 100 megawatt PV and hydrogen facility as phase 2. The Australian government is very active in terms of hydrogen development. So we plan to focus on investing in Australia for PV and hydrogen, which is very resource abundant. Lastly, let me introduce our carbon neutrality roadmap. We have our own carbon neutrality goal. We are making efforts to reduce direct emissions from overseas power generation sector and also offset CO2 from overseas coal-fired power generation with renewable projects. We will also reduce 50% of emissions by 2023 in the medium term and achieve net zero by 2050, as you can see on this graph. Currently, about 3,000 tons of emissions are generated from coal-fired power generation. And as we operate the second coal-fired power plant, the generation of emission would be around 6,000 tons by 2050. So we plan to make investments in renewables to cut emissions by 50% and also offset emissions from coal-fired generation. We are working on 3 different directions for carbon neutrality. The first is using wind power and PV to secure renewable assets. And secondly, develop convergence between ESS and hybrid sector. Lastly, just like ESS and Electron, we are going to optimize the software to enable distributed transition and VPP. Hydrogen and other alternative fuels will be areas where we work on technology development and investment. With this, I would like to conclude my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation, Mr. John. So we just listened to the first presentation of session 2, and the next speaker is from overseas. He's joining us online on the Zoom platform. Next speaker is Brigitte Akkad, expert of carbon steering of the corporate strategy of BASF. He's going to talk about BASF carbon neutrality response status in Germany. Please welcome with a big round of applause. Are you ready?
네, 준비되셨네요.
Yes, it seems like you're ready.
Everybody, and good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
And can you see my screen?
Yes.
Fine. So today, thanks for your kind introduction. Today I would like to take you on BASF's journey to net zero by 2050. So why is there pressure to act? I think you all know that. With the last IPCC report, there's scientific evidence really about global warming. Global temperature has already increased to about 1.1 degrees Celsius compared to pre-industrial times, and it is now a fact that it is all our fault, that it is human-induced. And the 1.5 and 2 degree temperature increase will be exceeded during the 21st century unless we act now with strong global human reduction of CO2. And we really don't want this to happen. So there is a remaining budget really of CO2, which is 300 to 900 gigaton of CO2. And we have to live with that budget, obviously. So there is increasing pressure by scientists, NGOs, and politics to act now. Science has spoken, now it's time to act. So how does this scientific evidence translate into political action within the EU and in Germany? We have heard before that within the EU there is the Green Deal with reduction efforts 55% until 2030 and then becoming carbon neutral until 2050. In Germany, we have a new climate action law with CO2 emission reduction of 65% by 2030 and then being climate neutral until 2045. We're always trying to be a bit ahead of the EU even. The consequence will be that the emission trading scheme certificate prices will increase because the number of available certificates will be reduced, and also the free allocation will be reduced. There will be incentives like the innovation funds and free certificates for renewable technologies. yearly targets for industry will have to be strict, and nuclear power so far cannot be used as a target for this target achievement. And so far we do not have any real legislation in place for carbon capture and storage. I think this is, yeah, Europe is pioneering here, and we're proud to be part of that. And now let's come to see how BASF is doing. You can see we started tracking in 1990 our greenhouse gas emissions, and by 2018, which is our new baseline, we have almost halved our greenhouse gas emissions from 40 million metric tons to 22 million metric tons in 2018. And what we want to do now is we want to decrease by a further 25% until 2030 and reach net zero until 2050. You can see what would happen if we carried on like we have done in the past with the business as usual. We would of course never meet even the 2-degree scenario. So what will we do to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions from 2018 to 2030? The first big step is the transition from fossil-based electricity. This phase has, of course, already begun. With only a couple % of renewable electricity import in 2020, we really need to increase this fraction and also invest into our own assets. I will come to that later. Once we have traveled further on this path of renewable electricity, we can then electrify steam production and chemical processes such as steam cracking, for example. Energy efficiency and measures to save electricity are a constant thing, or have been a constant thing within BASF for years, and play, of course, a big role. We have bio-based feedstocks, we have new technologies I already mentioned, hydrogen and steam cracking with e-furnaces. And we also probably need temporary measures, so temporary offsetting to really meet these targets on a year-to-year basis. So as you can see, we still want to grow and still want to open new sites with their related emissions. So in fact, if we did not grow and if we did not have these new sites, this 25% emission reduction from 2018 to 2030 would be a 75% emission, or is actually a 75% emission reduction from 1990 to 2030. We have to reduce as far as this in order to allow ourselves to grow and carry on our business. Here, this large Verbund site will be opened in southern China, starting production in the next few years. So now you've seen we have these 22 million tons of CO2 equivalents being emitted by BASF. And to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions, we first of all need transparency. So these 22 million scope 1 and 2, they break down into roughly half the amount for energy production inside and outside BASF, so 11 million tons, and 11 million tons for chemical production. So it is obvious that we need to address both sides. For the energy production, if we look at the electricity, it is obvious that by going from gray to green, we can achieve a great deal. The rest is steam. And as I said, once we have walked a bit further on that path, we can transfer from power to steam. Heat pumps will also help here. And on the process side, most of the emissions are on the upstream part. So we really need new technologies like new hydrogen and steam cracking processes to help the emissions being decreased here. Sorry, this is now a rather European focus. Just looking at our three biggest sites there in Europe, being Ludwigshafen, Antwerp in Belgium, and Schwarzheide also in Germany, you can see how much more renewable energy we will need in the next years, until 2040. So it's almost 20 terawatt hours of extra renewable energy demand, roughly 3 times of the power demand we have now at our largest site at Ludwigshafen. And now you can ask yourself, where will it come from? It is going to be a mixture of make and buy. Just recently, we announced 2 large investments, one with RWE, one with Vattenfall, and the latter is the largest offshore wind farm in the world. So this is this one here with 1.5 gigawatt capacity. It will be a private investment, so no subsidies being involved. And this is the make side. We want to build up a portfolio of our own assets and secure long-time supply at producer economics, so at low costs. But on the other hand, we don't want to do it all by ourselves. We will also purchase green power from third parties with purchase power purchase agreements, PPAs, and also by renewable certificates to compensate more or less the gray energy we are sourcing. And the overall goal will be a diversified portfolio of technologies, of regions, and we need secure supply and attractive prices. That's why we will combine both pillars, make and buy, for a diversified portfolio and the optimum, if you will. So of course this will be a global approach, and Korea will be affected as well. Thus we also need reliable access to renewable energy with sound regulatory conditions and clear guidelines also in Korea. We welcome government incentives and favorable conditions on renewable energy, and the establishment of clear guidelines and accreditation systems on implementing means of greenhouse gas reductions. So also in Korea, we will have to switch to renewable power and invest in renewable energy, for example, in the big site in Yeosu we have there. Now we have talked quite a lot about electricity. Let us briefly maybe touch heat pumps for the steam side before I move on to chemical technologies and carbon capture and storage. Sorry, this is a Ludwigshafen example again. Ludwigshafen uses about 20 terawatt hours of natural gas per year, 15 terawatt hours for its power plants, and the rest for the processes. So where do these 20 terawatt hours end up finally? They end up in steam. and electricity and products, but what leaves the country is products, air emissions, a bit of waste, and warm water, cooling water that has been heated, that has been used. So what we really need to do is we have to recover this heat with heat pumps. So once we have enough renewable electricity, we can use this electricity to generate steam from low pressure steam and also warm water, and then bring this energy back into the cycle. BASF will install heat pumps and steam compressors to use waste heat from chemical plants and for steam production. So this is what we are planning on the steam side. As for the chemical processes, here you can see the most emission intensive processes within BASF. We are currently addressing hydrogen with a new process, methane pyrolysis, and also steam cracking, which is the most emission intensive process. It contributes about 3.5 million tons of CO2 equivalents to the 21 to 22 million tons of greenhouse gas emissions in the BASF group. So e-furnaces will really make a difference. I'm not saying we have them already, but it is definitely something to work on. So you can see we have identified our CO2 intensive processes, and we will have to address them. Another thing we are currently addressing is carbon capture and storage. There is a project going on at Antwerp port together with a partner, Air Liquide. I think there has been a press release even this week that we are trying to capture as much as 40 million tons of CO2 within the next 10 years. If this goes into operation in 2025, well, at the moment it is still a theoretical project, and we hope to be ready for investment decision in 2022 and ready for operation in 2025. This is at a large scale to be cost efficient, and it is also recognized as a project of common interest by the European Commission and will be funded by the Innovation Fund. And of course, this is strongly needed for a positive decision in 2022, because if we don't get funding, these things are not really do not carry themselves. So we need a bit of funding in the beginning, at least. Okay, now just very briefly before I summarize, let me take you as far down as the product level. All the efforts I talked about in the last minutes will be visible in hopefully be visible in decreased product carbon footprints of our products. We have established a software tool to calculate PCFs of all our 45,000 sales products. It will be finalized by the end of this year. And so all our customers can get product carbon footprints with their products, and updates will be done on a yearly basis with real data from production plants, being emissions and energy consumption. So this is really a cradle to gate product carbon footprint for BASF's products. And by this we really hope to make our efforts transparent also to our customers, and we really hope that they are going this on this path together with us. So here comes the summary. Globally, we want to reduce our absolute CO2 emissions by 25% by 2030 compared to 2018. We aim to achieve net zero by 2050. BASF has a dedicated CO2 reduction plan, as you could see, at least until 2030. This all strongly relies on a renewable energy portfolio, make and buy. We are launching pilot projects for low carbon emission technologies, also to test technologies and for further scaling. For example, this methane pyrolysis pilot I've mentioned is running at the Ludwigshafen site now. We're trying to leverage product carbon footprint with dedicated business cases and also build a market for emission reduced products. And this is also something where we, as I said, need to take our customers on the journey with us, because all these low carbon solutions and products do not come for free, and we hope to be able to achieve a premium for such premium products. And it's not also our customers that have to contribute, but we also need a favorable regulative framework to maintain competitiveness during this transformation, meaning for renewable energy, low taxes and levies, or taxes and levies as low as possible. With that, I would like to thank you for your kind attention, and I will be happy to answer your questions in the Q&A later. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your speech. 네, 박수 부탁드립니다.
So again, please give a big hand for the wonderful presentation. So Brigitte Katz, an expert from BASF, made a very impressive presentation. Actually, we are scheduled to listen to another presentation from Lanxess. Mr. Sebastian Rofrick was supposed to make a presentation in session 2, but he seems to have some technical problems, so we are going to have a Q&A session first with Mr. John and Ms. Katz. We will try to connect with Mr. Sebastian Rofrick, and when he is connected, we will listen to his presentation. So in this session, we had discussions on the global cases of industry's successful response to carbon neutrality. I'd like to ask you a question first, Mr. Chan.
So Gencos in Korea, what kind of projects overseas can Korean Gencos engage in to reduce carbon emissions? So as a Genco, there are many ways to reduce emissions, and the first way would be focusing on PV or wind power, the renewable energy projects. Coal, fire, or LNG based power generation is something that we should move away from, and we should focus more on renewable energy and also rely on virtual power plant and raise energy efficiency. We've also been using CCUS, but considering the current level of technology and economic feasibility, it should be a long-term solution. So rather, in our company, in the short term, we are focusing on PV, offshore wind power, ESS, and other renewable energy projects. In the long run, we are going to focus on CCUS and hydrogen. the new technology areas. Thank you very much. So thank you for explaining the long-term plan as well. Now let's move on to Ms. Brigitte Hakt. I heard that you have a site in Yeosu in Korea. So what are the projects that you are engaged in Korea to reduce emissions in Korea?
First of all, of course, basically the same projects as everywhere in the world, optimization projects and then energy efficiency projects. We do them around the world. And then, of course, already also there, we are preparing the sourcing of renewable energy, which is, as you have seen, the cornerstone of all our efforts. And with the private PPAs being possible, this has been made possible. So we will hopefully source renewable energy also for Yosu soon, partially at least.
고맙습니다.
Thank you. So, if both of you have kindly provided your answers to the questions. I would like to once again thank you for your participation. Please give them a big round of applause. Thank you. The second presenter is still having some difficulties with the internet connection, so we won't be able to listen to his presentation now. With this, we'll wrap up the second session. It's 3:56. We're going to have a break until 4:10. So we're going to take a 13-minute break, and please come back by 4:10 for the third session of today's conference. Now we are about to begin the last session of today's conference. I'd like to ask all the participants to take your seats so that we can resume the next session. If you're still outside the hall, please kindly enter the hall and take your seats. So let's begin session number 3. So in the previous session, we had discussions on the cases of overseas companies, and in this session, we will look into the responses of Korean companies. So there are some good domestic cases where companies have are successfully responding to carbon neutrality. We have 4 presentations from power generation, cement, steel, and cement industry, and petrochemical as well. Each presenter will have 20 minutes, and after listening to all 4 presentations, we'll have a Q&A session. Now let's begin the first presentation. We have Mr. Chung Tae-sun from Korea Western Power Co. He's going to give us a talk on carbon neutrality responses status in power generation industry. Please welcome him with a big round of applause. Hello everyone, I'm Chung Tae-sun from Korea Western Power. I'd like to talk about some of the response strategies that our company has in order to realize carbon neutrality by 2050. First, I will talk about the carbon neutrality policies of Korea and other countries, and I will talk about the greenhouse gas emission strategies in the energy transition sector, and I'll also talk about Korea Western Power's carbon neutrality strategies. Previous speakers already talked about domestic and overseas carbon neutrality policy, so I'll be brief on this topic. Carbon neutrality is about making the net emission zero. Paris Agreement was adopted in 2015, and major countries around the world increased their NDC in 2020. And there are also additional countries that have increased their NDCs this year as well. October 18 this year, Korea announced its carbon neutrality by 2050, also increased its NDC by 2030. And we're going to reduce our carbon emissions by 290 million tons based on the 2018 baseline. Compared to other countries, we do have ambitious targets. And compared to other countries, our target is to reduce greenhouse gases by an average 4.17%, which will require, because this is an ambitious goal, we need more active efforts to reduce CO2 emissions. Now I'd like to talk about the greenhouse gas emissions reduction strategies in the energy transition sector for power generation companies. We have emissions reduction strategy in the transition sector. Now that we have higher NDC by 2030, we need to cut additional 40 million tons of CO2, and we reflected the required power generation of 612.4 terawatt-hour. We plan to reduce coal-fired and LNG-powered power plants. We will expand renewable energy, and we will also introduce ammonia co-firing as well. According to the 2050 carbon neutrality scenario, there is Plan A and Plan B. In Plan A, we are going to phase out coal-fired power plant, and we will maintain some LNG power. And in Plan B, we will keep some LNG fired power plant in order to keep it as a flexible power source. Last year in Korea, the Ministry of Energy established the master plan for electricity supply and demand, and it is to cut coal-fired power plant and to expand renewable energy. But now that we have higher NDC and we have carbon neutrality plan by 2050, we believe that the current master plan for electricity will be revised. Now I'd like to move to the carbon neutrality strategy of Korea Western Power. Before talking about our strategy, I'd like to briefly introduce Korea Western Power. It is a company that's spun off from KEPCO, and we are responsible for 8.7% of the total generation capacity. We have installed capacity of 11,417 megawatt. 95% is generated from coal-fired power, and we have 4.6% of renewable power. For Korea Western Power, we have coal and LNG powered plants. That's why we must accelerate our efforts to develop new technologies. Given that we have higher NDC and carbon neutrality plan by 50, we came up with our own reduction plans. Based on the 2018 baseline, we want to achieve net zero by 2047. That's our current carbon neutrality roadmap. And these are the way forward. We will change our fuel. Coal will be replaced with LNG, and we will install more combined cycle power generation plants, and we will also limit the usage of coal. We have seasonal management of fine dust implemented by the government, and we will also put in place a voluntary cap on coal usage. We will also expand the renewable energy sources. At the same time, with existing LNG combined cycle, we're going to also use hydrogen co-firing, and we will pursue R&D and demonstration of the hydrogen co-firing technology. And we will also work on developing and further sophisticating CO2 capture technologies. I'd like to delve into our fuel transition. According to our master plan for electricity generation, we have 10 facilities, and there are a total of 10 units. From 2025, we will finalize our plan to shut down Unit 1 to Unit 6, and those facilities will have a different fuel source, which is LNG. The coal emission intensity is about 2.5 times of LNG emission intensity. We will shut down Unit 1 to Unit 6 when it's replaced with LNG. I believe that we will be able to reduce about 9 million tons of CO2 per year. We also have detailed plans for expansion of renewable. We're going to increase our installed capacity by 5.8% by 2035. We will invest a total of 6.6 trillion won, and we're going to increase our proportion of renewable energy to 35%, and that's according to our RE 3535 roadmap. We are also pursuing hydrogen-related technology development, and one of it is to develop hydrogen co-firing technology. If this is realized, we'll be able to compensate for the disadvantages of renewable energy generation. If we get to mix hydrogen in our power generation, I think we'll be able to reduce 800,000 tons of CO2 in Seoincheon plant. And if we apply the co-firing technology to all LNG combined cycle plants, we'll be able to reduce 16 million tons of CO2. For the first time in Korea, we began a demonstration project for LNG gas turbine hydrogen co-firing technology. The demonstration will continue until next year, and in 2023, the technology will be applied to the Seoincheon plant and commercialized. This is a video, but in the interest of time, I will skip this video. We are also making a lot of investment to develop carbon capture technology. There is a government-led Korea CCS 2020 project. We are participating in phase 3 of the project, and we are installing 0.5 megawatt facility, and we have a wet absorbent called MAP, and now it's proven to be one of the best technologies in the world. Currently, we are doing a detailed design for 100 megawatt level plant. If it's commercialized, we'll be able to reduce 650,000 tons of CO2 per year. I have another video, but I'll have to skip this one as well. There are different types of carbon capture technology, and this is a CO2 capture technology and this technology is called chemical looping combustion. Without CO2 capture facility, CO2 can be treated, and it can also reduce NOx products. So far, we have invested 21 billion Korean won. 100 megawatts level firstly will be established by 2025, and this technology can be applied to distributed power generation. We also have a project in the field of agriculture. For the first time in Korea since 2016, we are collaborating with the agricultural sector in order to reduce emissions. We have a project model that is possible because of a collaboration between the government and the municipalities. We reduce energy consumption of farms, and then the CO2 emissions can be purchased by Korea Western Power. This is additional income source for the farmers. There are 29 farmers that are participating in this project. And we were able to reduce 116,000 tons of CO2 so far. We are planning to add 40 or so farmers to this project, and I hope that we'll be able to have this project implemented nationwide. We are also interested in forest. There was a massive wildfire in Gosang in Gangwon province, and we created what's called the Forest of Peace in Gangwon area. And we are also providing support SMEs in their emissions trading scheme. And so far, we are supporting 22 SMEs. We also have a project to assist those who are at a disadvantage because of the climate crisis. We are creating what's called a climate-safe village. There were 18 villages created in 2020. This year, we are planning to finalize the project with 36 villages in Korea. We are also working to improve public awareness on carbon neutrality. So we have implemented a number of campaigns. One of them is called WP Carbon, and this is a voluntary emissions reduction program. If there are some activities conducted by the employees and their family members to reduce carbon consumption or carbon emission, for example, if they purchase EVs and if they purchase grade 1 home appliances, then we give mileages. And we also have other projects to encourage public participation in our efforts. This is the future envisioned by Korea Western Power for carbon neutrality. We do use coal and LNG for our power generation facilities, but we will continue efforts to contribute to carbon neutrality. And we will continue to make investments so that we will be able to realize our vision for carbon neutrality. Thank you very much for your attention. That was the first presentation of session number 3. That was Jang Tae-sung from Korea Western Power.
We will now move on to the second presentation by POSCO. Mr. Junhong Kim, the leader of Environmental Planning Office of POSCO, will talk about carbon neutrality response status in the steel industry. Please welcome him with a big round of applause. Good afternoon. As introduced, I am Junhong Kim from POSCO. So I would like to extend my gratitude first to the conference for selecting POSCO as one of the best practices in Korea and giving me this opportunity to present before you. We all know that achieving carbon neutrality is not an easy task. So I will talk about how POSCO came to declare carbon neutrality and our action plans, as well as our considerations on the way. Regarding carbon neutrality, for the past 1 or 2 years, we have experienced a lot of change. So through a lot of internal discussions going up to the BOD level, on the 11th of December last year, we declared 2050 carbon neutrality. Major countries, including Korea, following the IPCC recommendations, declared carbon neutrality. This was also an important motivation, but what was more important for us was that customers that have been using our products are now committed to contributing to carbon neutrality as well. Our customers expressed the intention to deal with state steelmakers that can contribute to carbon neutrality, and TCFD, in which BlackRock is a member, asked for actual action plans and strategies for a company to contribute to carbon neutrality. So we decided to cut 10% of our emissions from sites by 2030 and 50% by 2050. And our final goal is carbon neutrality by 2050. Our key technology in this way would be hydrogen reduction steelmaking. We're also going to use low carbon products and use byproducts as resources. So our goal is to reduce 10% of our emissions as avoided emissions by 2030. To meet this call of the times, as a key business strategy, we are going to focus on high tension steel plates for vehicles and highly efficient steel plates, and supply secondary battery with high capacity, as well as use and install infrastructure for byproduct hydrogen. POSCO uses blast furnaces to produce steel, so you must be wondering how, as a steel maker, we can reduce emissions. There are two tracks largely. The first, we use coal in the blast furnace, and for rolling, we also use electricity. So we are going to transition into green hydrogen and green power under the technology of hydrogen reduction steelmaking to eliminate carbon usage. And track 2 is maintaining the existing process but use CCUS in order to capture the large amount of carbon and store it underground. In the case of achieving carbon neutrality with CCUS, POSCO generates 7,800 tons of carbon annually. The key here is to secure appropriate storage space. From Finex byproduct gas, we can extract CO2, and we're currently operating the world's largest commercial CO2 capture facility for this. So the technology will help us, but under the government's 2050 carbon neutrality plan, there is a much ambitious requirement for CO2 capturing and storage. So that is why we need reduction-based hydrogen reduction steelmaking, because using off-gas is not enough. Hydrogen reduction steelmaking is a very new area for us. However, POSCO adopted the fluidized-based furnace to enable Hyrex. So we have been installing 1 million tons of a megawatt of fluidized bed furnace that would be completed by 2028. So for your better understanding, I'm going to show you a short video. For centuries, the mankind made steel-making blast furnaces. Blast furnace-based steelmaking is the most efficient steelmaking method in history. Here, coal and iron ore are processed for use in the blast furnace and put in the blast furnace heated up to more than 1,500 degrees Celsius. Thus, coal melts iron ore and pig iron is produced, as well as carbon emissions. Coal and iron ore also needs to be processed into lump-shaped cokes and sinter. POSCO developed Finex that doesn't require the processing of coal and iron ore. In the blast furnace, we need to extract oxygen from iron ore through reduction and also melt the iron ore that is reduced. The Finex process separates reduction and melting. So a fluidized bed furnace is where reduction happens, and the melting furnace is where the melting and reduction gas generation happens. The fluidized bed furnace of POSCO Finex is a facility to produce reduced iron by reducing iron ore. The powered iron ore goes through multiple stages of reduction to become reduced iron, and it becomes quality pig iron through the melting furnace. Coal goes to oxy-combustion to produce heat for producing pig iron, and reduction gas applied to the fluidized bed furnace. Unlike a general furnace, Finex can produce pig iron by directly using powered iron ore and general coal without the sintering and cokes process. POSCO has produced 30 million tons of pig iron with Finex, which is the technology closest to realizing hydrogen direct reduced iron. POSCO declared to achieve carbon neutrality by 2050, and the key of hydrogen direct reduced iron technology is replacing all processes of Finex that generate CO2 with processes that use hydrogen and electricity. The melting furnace using coal is replaced with electric arc furnace to remove the source of CO2 generation. Without the melting furnace, we need to supply fluidized bed furnace with a different type of reduction gas. The role is played by hydrogen here. Finex uses fluidized bed furnace to produce reduced iron through CO reduction and H2 reduction that partially uses hydrogen. In hydrogen reduction iron making, reduced iron is produced by directly using powdered iron ore with 100% hydrogen reduction in the new furnace. Can we really achieve carbon neutrality with this? To make our process truly carbon-free, hydrogen used in the process is green hydrogen that is carbon-free and generated during production. Green hydrogen is clean hydrogen produced from water electrolysis without carbon emission. And the power used for the electric arc furnace must be produced from carbon-free renewable energy to truly realize a carbon-neutral steel mill. POSCO will secure core technology to extract green hydrogen through water electrolysis and capability for transportation, storage, and utilization. POSCO has always been proactively developing steel materials needed to build renewable energy infrastructure that will drive development of the future society. What will steel mills look like in 2050? A steel mill that produces iron from water will no longer be merely an idea in a novel. Based in world-class steelmaking technology, POSCO will realize the hydrogen reduction steel mill using green hydrogen by 2050 to open an era of net zero and hydrogen in the steel industry. POSCO Hydrogen Reduction Steelmaking, Hyrex. So did you enjoy the video on Hyrex technology? It requires a lot of process change in the blast furnace. It's not an easy task. So as mentioned, by 2030, we are going to test a pilot plant to develop technology. And we currently produce 380 million tons of crude steel. So using the new technology from the mid-2030s, considering the lifetime of current existing blast furnaces, we are planning to transition into high-risk technology. But this will require an annual 330 to 370 million tons of green hydrogen and 3 to 4 gigawatts of green power. The company will develop the technology in a responsible manner, but it's imperative that we have a stable supply of green hydrogen and green power, which must be led by the government. So I've mentioned POSCO's efforts to reduce emissions as a responsible member of the society. One other important thing is that the company contribute to carbon neutrality with its products and solution as well. And this is why we are paying attention to customers and suppliers producing low carbon products. As part of this effort, earlier this year, we launched e-Auto POS, which is an integrated mobility solution. We supply high-tension steel plates for vehicles, which is called Giga Steel, that has the same thinness but much higher tension. And we are also planning to supply high-efficiency electric steel plates and also supply anode and cathode materials for battery. The amount of avoided emission from these efforts will be quantified to continuously communicate with stakeholders. So KSCSB and the Korea Steel Association will come up with a guideline for measuring avoided emission. For the stable supply of materials for secondary battery, graphite, nickel, and other raw materials will be secured in a manner that is carbon-free, and throughout the entire value chain, we are planning to achieve decarbonization, including green hydrogen by 2050. We are going to install a production capacity of 2 million tons of hydrogen, and in September, with Hyundai, SK, and Korean companies, we launched the Korea Hydrogen Business Summit to deal with production, distribution, and storage of hydrogen to establish a value chain that would lead to the realization of the hydrogen economy. In the long run, to enable production and securing of hydrogen, we will go beyond Korea and work with global production hubs such as the Middle East and Australia, make investments, and build a green hydrogen network. Until now, I've explained our journey toward carbon neutrality and required efforts. However, carbon neutrality cannot be achieved by only one company. We need the efforts by all stakeholders as well in the society. For the world to move toward carbon neutrality, we need a great transition in energy, lifestyles, and industry. Especially, we need to be able to achieve carbon neutrality along with business competitiveness. And here, the core element will be technology. Cutting emissions will not work only with slogans. We need technology and transition of processes and also use low carbon products. So we need technological development in advance. For example, one optimal technology to cut CO2 is CDQ, Cocos Dry Quenching. So at 1100 degrees Celsius, we combust coal and we need to cool this down, and before we wasted all the steam, but if we use nitrogen gas, you can recover the waste heat to use for power generation. Then we can reduce the amount of electricity that we buy from KEPCO, and we can generate around 140,000 tons annually. And I believe soon we will have EVs with a range of more than 500 kilometers. They use cathode technology called NCM that uses high content nickel. That is why we were able to gain competitiveness of lithium-ion batteries. Secondly, we need cooperation to achieve this goal. Businesses, government, research institute, and consumers must all play their roles for us to achieve carbon neutrality. For example, steel makers can come up with thin and light, high-tension steel plates for vehicles. Automakers should put priority on procuring these high-tension steel plates to be able to provide high-efficiency vehicles to consumers. The end users should also put priority on these green cars for the entire society to cut emissions. Also, to realize the technology of hydrogen reduction steelmaking, we need cooperation among stakeholders. Steelmakers will focus on technological development, and the government must work on laying down the infrastructure for economic and stable supply of hydrogen. So in conclusion, POSCO will play its part as a global corporate citizen under the recognition that the commitment to realize carbon neutrality is very strong in the international society, government, investors, and customers. We will transition our production process and also expand low-carbon products and restructure our business to strengthen our competitiveness, thereby achieving carbon neutrality. Thank you.
There was Mr. Kim Jun-hong from POSCO. So we were able to understand POSCO's plan to achieve carbon neutrality. Now let us move on to the third presentation. We have Lee Sing-hee, Executive Director from Chonggundang. We're going to listen to a presentation with the title Carbon Neutrality Response Status in Petrochemical Industry. Please welcome Mr. Lee with a big hand. Hello, everyone. I'm Lee Sing-hee. I'm Executive Director and in charge of production at Chonggundang, one of the major pharmaceutical companies in Korea. I wonder why the organizer of the event wanted to have us to make a presentation in this important conference. Because we have representatives from POSCO and other important companies presenting their cases here. Chonggundang's products are closely related to the everyday life of the general public. This is a brief introduction of our company. We have a sales of around 1.3 trillion Korean won with an employees of 2,300 people. We are engaged in an industry where we consume a lot of energy. There are about 300,000 mid-sized companies in Korea. And I believe our energy conservation and energy saving practices will be useful in other companies. Maybe there are major initiatives implemented by large companies. However, I think our combined efforts will be also effective in realizing carbon neutrality by 2030. As you're familiar, we have about 80 years of history. We have new drug, anti-diabetics, and we also have anti-cancer drugs. We also have the world's first biosimilar Nasbel, which can be used to treat some important diseases. And you're also familiar with Penza, which is a major Korean headache pill. When it comes to the manufacturing facility, our total floor area of the factories are not really big because other pharmaceuticals have a bigger presence. There are a lot of regulations that are imposed on the pharmaceutical industries, and our facilities are composed of a lot of rooms and compartments. And this is the basic process of manufacturing. We receive the materials for the drugs, and then we, of course, conduct quality control. And this is the case of the manufacturing process of oral solid dosage. And the raw materials are divided into smaller packages and granularized. It's mixed and it's compressed and it's selected for coating and it's final packaged. And after QC and QA, when there are orders from our customers, it's shipped to the customers. Of course, we are one of the major pharmaceutical companies in Korea. We have Cheonan plant. There are 11 formula that's manufactured in Cheonan. There are biosimilars and other anti-cancer drugs that are manufactured in Korea. Now I'd like to talk about the carbon neutrality related strategies and plans. Other companies talked about their emissions reduction by thousands of tons. We have our production plan, and we also have the estimates of our energy consumption. For the past 10 years, our production rose by 2.5 times or 3 times. Energy consumption rose by about 50%. Under normal circumstances, the energy consumption should have risen more. But we are seeing greater gap between our production increase and energy consumption increase. That's partly due to our energy conservation efforts or energy saving efforts. I think our practices will be useful for other companies of similar size. We have permitted electricity capacity is 5 megawatt, but we are using 6 megawatt. Our electricity bill is about 4 billion Korean won, and our steam usage is about 6 billion Korean won per year. Of course, we won't be able to reduce tens of millions of tons of CO2, but our plan will reduce emissions by 16,000 tons. We are not energy intensive. And of course, different industries have different characteristics. Most pharmaceutical companies are less energy intensive, but they're more technology intensive. We make chemical compounds and we mix different substances. And there are also bioculture facilities that pharmaceutical companies operate. And compared to final chemical product manufacturers, our energy consumption level is low. 70% of our processes use electricity and the remaining processes use gas. Until 2015, we came up with this plan, and there were many issues that occurred between 2015 and until now. Since 2010, we increased our facility by 130%, and sales went up by about 3 to 4 times. So we expanded our manufacturing facilities. We invested to build new buildings or new manufacturing facilities. Our production lines increased, and we also made investment into new businesses. We have bigger air compressors. We need bigger chillers and other facilities with higher capacity. We also need wastewater treatment facility that must be expanded. For this solid dosage plant, we are planning to construct a new facility, and all these activities require more energy consumption. Still, we were able to limit the increase of energy consumption. I hope that you understand what's happening in Cheongkeundang. After 2015, of course, we were engaged in activities in order to save energy. Energy saving efforts were related to our business plan to improve profitability. However, now we have this vision for carbon neutrality. In 2016, we focused our efforts to improve energy efficiency. Now that we are making new investments, we wanted to make sure that we install energy efficient equipment. We also introduced factory energy management system in 2019, and we collected data and extracted insight from it in order to assist our energy saving efforts. So all these activities started to be implemented after 2015. According to our internal research, until this year, we so far participated in 16 energy-saving related government projects. It's not about following the government policies. Of course, there are government-led energy-saving projects and initiatives. We just wanted to try different efforts. Of course, it was conducted on a voluntary basis, and it was conducted and implemented out of our own initiative. We just did not want to follow the government directives. If there is a surplus energy, we wanted to make better use of it. And with the installation of FEMs, now we are reaping the benefits. We used to use diesel to generate steam, but we invested 1.5 billion Korean won, and LNG is now used. There is an incinerator nearby, and there is surplus energy or surplus heat. Even though we have a boiler, and the surplus heat is provided to our facility, so at least 1 to 2 days per month, we do not use natural gas to run the boiler. Rather, we use the surplus heat that's generated from the incinerator in the community. What's going to happen going forward in Cheonggeunang? Of course, we need to be prepared for the hydrogen economy, which I agree. We have PV, wind power, and in Cheonan plant, we cannot use tidal wave power, so we can use PV and wind power. However, those are not sufficient to cover all the electricity demand of our manufacturing facilities. But for Cheonggeundan, this year, we decided to participate in the government's PV project because we understand the return on investment of the project is really good. So we want to be useful for the government projects, but participating in government projects also helps our business and profit. So this is a system that we have installed in order to use the surplus heat or the waste heat generated from the incinerator facility in the community, and this is used for our boilers. And this is a typical practice that can be replicated by other companies. We use inverters. We have large air compressors. This sounds like a toy for children. However, depending on the actual usage, and if we have a good programming, we can use these facilities efficiently. Same for chillers. These are the chillers that we introduced 20 years ago, and we have newly introduced equipment, and we look at different options and we adjust our operation system in order to improve efficiency. So for the new equipment, we procure energy efficient equipment, and for existing systems, we adjust our operation program so that we can maximize the functions of inverter systems. There is steam condensate water that's wasted. We use steam that's generated from outside. Up until 2 years ago, we used the steam to heat water or to heat our buildings or to operate our equipment, but we thought it's a waste of energy. So about 2 years ago, we decided to recover the waste heat using heat exchanger. We have 90 or so HVAC systems, and this recovered heat can be used for heating. And for winter time, we can use steam addition to the waste heat. We have high pressure inverters. There are different types of pumps to provide water. If you use large amount of electricity, maybe this type of new installations doesn't mean a lot, but we want to maximize our energy saving. because it's a necessary practice that's required not just in Jongundang but by other companies in Korea. And if you accumulate all those small energy savings taking place at small companies in Korea, the total amount will be huge. There are some equipment that must be operated 24/7 depending on the load. We use inverters to operate the pumps, and it helps to reduce CO2 emissions. We have quite big rooftop areas that we can use on our buildings. So we did a pilot project and we installed PV panels with a total capacity of 200 kilowatts. Going forward, PV efficiency is being improved, of course. We expect even greater improvements in PV efficiency. So with additional technological advancement, we plan to install more PV panels on the rooftops of our buildings. So we are waiting for such technological breakthroughs. We believe that there will be more R&D efforts to reduce CO2 emissions and introduce more renewable energy sources, including hydrogen. Since 2016, we used surplus heat or waste heat, and we were able to accumulate energy saving, and we also use inverter systems, and we use heat exchangers to use waste heat for heating. By using these different methodology, we were able to save a lot of energy consumption. This is our plan for the future in relation to carbon neutrality. Of course, we are waiting for advancement of new technologies. We have our own internal power generation facility. Maybe we'll be able to reduce our energy consumption. But what we can do right now, we'll have to expand renewable energy. That's the option that we can use right now. But the efficiency of energy, renewable energy is still very low compared to the investment that's required. Also, when we make new investments, we will put priorities in procuring energy efficient equipment. About by 2040, we want to achieve net zero. Of course, it has a lot of symbolic meaning, but at the same time, we'll be able to reduce CO2 emissions by 30% by installing more PV panels. Within the next 20 years, we will have hydrogen-based economy, and there will be many more new technologies that will be developed. When there are challenges, we have to gather our wisdom to tackle those challenges. I understand there are many different projects that are being implemented by different companies, and I hope that those trials will bear fruits. Now that we have these efforts and projects, we were selected as a company with excellent energy saving project programs. All those projects that we implemented, like using the surplus heat or waste heat generated from the incinerator, has been recognized. So I think we are on the right track. We are going to lay a foundation for carbon neutrality by 2030, and we will have actual projects that we will implement between 2030 and 2040. We have to identify small actions that we can implement, and at the same time we are waiting for development of new technologies, and we will also work with our colleagues and other professionals in order to achieve our vision of carbon neutrality by 2040. So far, I've talked about some of the programs that we've been implementing in Cheonggeundang to reduce CO2 emissions. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much for your wonderful presentation.
So we were able to understand the efforts going on in Cheonggeundang. So now we are going to listen to a presentation that was supposed to be in session 2 through Zoom. Due to network instability, we are now going to listen to that presentation in session 3. Mr. Sebastian Lagring, the Head of Corporate Responsibility of Lanxess AG, will talk about carbon neutrality 2040. Are you ready?
And thanks for inviting me to this conference. And I'm happy to present and be amidst of the Korean companies now. And I can tell you also that we in Germany are huge admirers of Korean technology. And we are also all watching Squid Game on Netflix. So happy to present. I hope you can see my presentation now. Maybe not yet. Just try it again. Just 1 second. Yes, I guess it's working now. All right. So I'm happy to present you our strategy to become climate neutral in 2040. As introduced, my name is Sebastian Röhrig. I'm head of corporate responsibility at Lanxess. We are a specialty chemicals company based in Cologne, Germany. We are a spin-off from Bayer, and the date 2004 will become important later, so keep this in mind. We have a diversity specialty chemicals portfolio, so chemical intermediates, additives, specialty chemicals. So namely, these are things like flame retardants, water purification agents, and also high-tech plastics for electric mobility applications. So as you can see, we have a global presence, and these are not office locations, these are all production sites. So when we talk about climate, we have a global footprint. It doesn't mean that we have big emissions at every site, but we are really well diversified, and we also have a proud presence in South Korea. And what we want to do and what we aim for is really going into specialty markets and specialty applications where we have smaller volumes but higher margins, and we want to consolidate from a strong presence in Europe and further expand our position in growth markets like the US and Asia. When it comes to sustainability, we really want to take an active stance. We want to really define our purpose rather than defined by external circumstances. So we really aim to participate actively in what is going on in the world now, a huge transformation process. And it has just started, and it's really going on for the next decades to come. It will change global value chains and hopefully end up in a more sustainable future for us all. And a proof point that we're really taking this active stance is actually our climate strategy and our objective to become climate neutral by 2040, much earlier than many companies and countries. And it's really the most aggressive climate target in the chemical industry. And already in 2030, we want to have 70% less CO2 than in 2004. This is the date that I mentioned, our foundation date. Yeah? So we do not compare ourselves against 1990, but against 2004. And we believe it's not only the right thing to do in an ethical sense, it really makes good economic sense because we want to be among the companies that are future-proof and that successfully manage this transition into the new value chain reality and climate neutrality. Looking back on our achievements, so we obviously didn't start to getting active in climate protection yesterday. Just looking back, before we announced climate neutral 2040, which was in 2019, our status in 2018, we had already halved emissions compared to 2004. And we have done this by implementing industrial projects like reducing climate unfriendly emissions, namely nitrous oxide, which is 300 times more harmful to the climate than CO2 at our Krefeld Uerdingen site. This is really responsible for a reduction of 1.5 million tons of CO2 per year, just one plant. We have transitioned to using biomass at some locations globally, namely in Porto Feliz in Brazil, where we have a cogeneration plant that runs on biomass. We have worked with partners, for instance, at our site in Antwerp in Belgium, where we have a steam network that we share. And to say already, partnerships are crucial from our point of view to reach climate neutrality. And we have continuously optimized our portfolio towards low emission specialty chemicals. But going forward in 2019, we announced this, our goal to become climate neutral. And you see more detailed picture of our climate pathway on the left-hand side now. You see 2004 there, you see 2018, which I have just presented, the 50% reduction. And you see that already last year we have reduced a further 400 kilotons from our total emissions base. So we are well on track for our interim targets in 2025 and 2030. And then we really want to have neutrality in 2040. What is important to say here, we are doing this on a technical basis. Yeah? So we are not working with big scale compensation schemes, but we really want to upgrade our facilities to serve this purpose and mission. Yeah? And for that, we have implemented a three-pillar strategy. First of all, we want to really tackle the emission sources and the big emission sources that we have. And when you take a look at the chemical company and the scope 1 picture, it is quite clear what you have. I mean, first of all, you have emissions from chemical processes, so gases, emissions that are non-harmful to humans, but are harmful to the atmosphere that go out, like, for instance, laughing gas or nitrous oxide. And then you have the second big emission source for chemical companies, scope 1. You have energy that you produce yourself. Yeah. So this is, and these are really things we want to address. You see this here in the major impact projects. So going out of coal-generated energy, reducing emissions like, for instance, nitrous oxide in our plants, and switching to renewable energies, like, for instance, in India. I'm going to present you this in a minute. And the second block is really about decoupling emissions and growth. Yeah. And this is very much about the rules of play we set internally and the incentives that we have and the criteria we set to growth. Yeah. So when we look at growth, we also always look at CO2, and we also have climate targets for our businesses. And CO2 is also a criterion for our board compensation. And then mainly from 2030 onward, when we have really addressed the bigger impact projects like the ones that I have just shown you above, it will become much more important to work with partners and to focus on technological innovation. I spoke about laughing gas, and here we have the recent case in Antwerp. We have just this year installed a laughing gas reduction unit. In Antwerp, we have a big high-tech plastics production. I have mentioned this in the beginning for lightweight automotive parts, also for battery housings and charging infrastructure. So for all this which is also enabling modern emission-free mobility, we need high-performance plastics. We manufacture these plastics in Antwerp, and in the precursor caprolactam production, we have emissions of nitrous oxide, which is, as I mentioned, 300 times more harmful to the climate than CO2. And we will address this with a clear two-step reduction plan. We have just installed a first reduction plant, and we have a second off-gas stream that we are going to address in 2023. So all in all, we have just with these two projects a 450,000 tons CO2 reduction per year. I spoke about India earlier, so terminating coal-based energy at our site and switching over to biomass. So this is really the second emission source in general that we have in chemical production, the own energy production. And here we will switch when we have this situation where we produce our own energy to renewable energies until 2024. And the conversion is well underway in both our sites in India. We are in the high double-digit percentages in terms of the conversion, and we plan to have this installed by 2024 and take out a further 150 kilotons out of our balance. I spoke about board compensation, and what you see here is a clear picture that on the right hand side you see the variable compensation components, and you see there that 1/3 of our variable compensation for the board of management depends on sustainability criteria, and a big part is CO2. And this is both a really strong signal externally that we are serious about this, because you know it gets serious when we talk about compensation really, and it's really a good motivation for everyone in the company to work towards this objective. And what we see here is looking at the trajectory that we are well underway when we compare ourselves to global and EU Green Deal climate pathways. So what we also see is that these overarching objectives are getting more aggressive. So the curves are lowering, so to say, but we are still well below the general curve, I have to say, and we have really concrete benefits from that. We are able to sell ETS emission allowances, and as I said, we are working on our industrial base, so we are really valuing our assets, yeah, and yeah, we are getting, of course, like a better partner for our customers, because our customers are starting to look into their own value chains and giving out also commitments to decarbonize their value chains. So we can offer that. We can offer low carbon products and technologies to our customers. Yeah? And with that, we are ahead of the regulation and what our customers want from us, which brings us in a very comfortable position. To progress with our efforts, of course, and this is something that also I've seen in the DSF presentation, and all the industry is demanding for this, the right framework conditions. And we are in an age of transition. It's not like the decades before where you had really steady progress and optimization. We changed the whole game now. Yeah? We need to really quickly transition to climate neutral. And for this, we need to have the right framework conditions. Yeah? And I'm talking about approval procedures here, for instance. So we believe that there need to be fast-track approval procedures for climate-friendly technologies. And one further thing is really renewable energies at competitive prices. Yeah? So we have seen big efforts here in Germany, but we need to speed up development here. And this is really utterly necessary, and I'm going to demonstrate this to you with an excerpt from a study of the German Chemical Industry Association. What they have done is they have established a roadmap for the chemical industry to become climate neutral and what will change in the overall picture. And what you see on the left-hand side are the different pathways that the chemical industry could take, or maybe that are possible in the different scenarios. And the reference pathway is kind of the we continue as always pathway, which is not an alternative. And then you have the technology pathway, so doing reasonable things to become more climate friendly, which will bring the industry to a 61% reduction. And then you have the really neutrality scenario with 100% emission reduction. And on the right-hand side, you see what this means for the electricity demand. Yeah? And what you can see is that the demand will rise and would rise dramatically between the different scenarios. And while with the reference scenario, we would need as much energy or electricity as before, when you look at the climate neutrality scenario, the electricity demand of the German chemical industry will be 11 times higher now. So, and to give you a clear picture what that means, so this is really, the 628 are really close to the entire electricity demand of the entire industry, not only chemical industry, the entire industry in Germany today. So this shows you how dramatic this picture will change and how much we need really to push the expansion of renewable energy and namely electricity. And I would suppose the scenario in Korea would look quite similar. So this is one big point that I wanted to address here, not only to German audience, which is obviously really small at this meeting, but also to you. Yeah? And of course, there's also the picture of scope 3. Now, scope 3, the related emissions that we have. So we have set the climate neutral target for scope 1 and 2 emissions. And what we do is looking into our value chains in scope 3 and analyzing this. And what you have to understand, scope 3 for the chemical industry is not transportation of something. It's really the carbon that is in our products, which we manufacture, and at a later stage, it gets back into the atmosphere, namely by combustion processes. So the carbon is bound in our petrochemical-based substances, and this is really like a mortgage that you have that is later released. Yeah? So it's like a combustion process, but really only delayed. So what we have to do is really switch over to renewable sources for our raw materials, or to resources that are really generated by means of recycling, namely also chemical recycling, where you get identical raw materials, chemically identical raw materials than the ones that you get from fossil sources. And one example that we have here is our plastics productions, and you know that plastics are really based on carbon actually, and you can get that carbon from petrol sources, but you can also switch over to renewable sources. And this is something what we are doing now together with BP, for example. BP is supplying us with the cyclohexane, a precursor for plastics, which is based on bio-based and biocircular feedstocks. Yeah, and the impact that this has on our plastics is they are 92% sustainable then. So we have a 92% bio-based polyamide 6 compound from that. And this is really also externally certified, and this is really the way to go, because when you start at the beginning of the value chain and you make the raw materials more sustainable and actually bio-based or climate neutral, it is in the end not so important anymore what happens later. Of course, in terms of waste, you need to take care of this, but in terms of climate, you're neutral then. You know? So it's really something that's a big part of like a sustainable production then. And the other way is really to take the plastics and chemically recycle them and feed them back into the circle. So this is one pathway that we take now, and we're looking into this in a more strategic sense at the moment. So concluding this, we believe, like I said in the beginning, that our climate strategy makes sense for us, not only for society, but also really good business sense. We believe that the companies that are taking care of this early on are ahead of the competition and will prevail. We want to be and are a more sustainable partner for our customers. It's really a business case for us, and it's also our contribution to the Paris Agreement. This is what I want to present to you today. I hope the connection was more stable than before. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you very much for impressive speech. Thank you. 네, 정말 멋진 강연을 들어.
Thank you very much for your presentation. we collected a question for your presentation, so we are going to deliver the question to you so that you can now answer. So what is the carbon neutrality target of Germany, and what are some of the major response measures of the petrochemical industry for that German carbon neutrality policy?
Happy to answer that. So in Germany, we are steering towards a 2045 scenario now. We have a climate law that has come into force this year actually, and this climate law contains really binding sector goals for the different industry sectors. They are larger industry sectors, not like chemical industry, but industry. So the target of the sector goals will be identical for us and other industrial companies. But we are really happy about this because we believe that the chemical industry as such is quite advanced, and other sectors also have to pick up. Yeah? And I believe the whole chemical and petrochemical company, they share the same objective, which is getting away from fossil sources. Yeah? And fossil sources are really something, I mean, when you take carbon out of the ground and you use it in products or in combustion engines or for energy generation in general, this is what causes in the end the emissions. So we see that the energy companies are really actually opening wind parks now and really have to transform their business model entirely. And in addition, in Germany, what we see, there is not like an acceptance for nuclear power anymore. We have decided to phase out of nuclear years ago already after several incidents that we have seen globally. So this is something which is enhancing the pressure also on energy providers. And as I told you, I think the big thing for the chemical industry is, first of all, tackling direct emissions and then getting away from fossil-based raw materials or from raw materials that are really fossil-based in the sense that they have finite resources as raw materials. So, and there are really two main strategies for this. Firstly, biomass-based raw materials, and second, raw materials that are gained by means of chemical recycling. And chemical recycling is really a very promising technology, which is, by the way, already in the German, you know, that the new German government is forming at the moment, probably. So it's in the coalition agreement as one cornerstone of the development. We are very happy about this because what you can do now is really take the products apart, so you can really reverse the reactions and get back to the raw materials in chemical processes. And this is really exciting, and this is what the whole chemical industry is watching and discussing at the moment. And I hope this answers the questions sufficiently.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your specific answer. 네, 멋진 발표.
Once again, thank you very much for your presentation and the answer to the question. Please give him a big hand.
So with this, we have now listened to the presentation from Germany. Now let us return to the last presentation of session 3. Mr. Sun-dong Lee, team leader of Seongshin Cement, will talk about carbon neutrality response status in the cement industry. Please welcome Mr. Lee with a big round of applause. It's a pleasure to meet with you. I am Sun-dong Lee, team leader of technology team of Seongshin Cement. We have now listened to Genco's, POSCO, and Chongkeundang. And basically, because of the large amount of emissions from industry, this has become a business risk. And recently, there was the new goal of reducing emissions by 40% by 2030 and achieving net zero by 2050, which has posed a great burden on the cement industry. I'm a leader of a technology team, so I'm going to focus on the technology aspect of cutting emissions from the cement industry rather than business management side. Seongsu Cement is a cement company. When you look at the logo of my company, you can see a flying horse, and our capacity is 6,400 tons, 64 million tons, because of the downturn, it has decreased a bit. And about 40 million ton of emissions is generated from this sector, and we take account for 15% of this. Let me first explain the cement process. So we use limestone, CaCO3, and we crack this outside, and the CO3 will be grinded to about 2.5 centimeters, and from that, once again, we grind it again down to 80 microns. So from cracking to grinding, we mainly use electricity, and at the center you can see the plastic processing. When CaCO3 is heated, it emits CaO and CO2. Here, emissions are generated, and for CaO, aluminum, steel, or silicone can be mixed, and this will be melted again, and you cool this rapidly, then you get a certain stone, and this is cement. You grind it once again, and put in the slag and gypsum to mix it. So if you grind it once again, it becomes a cement that you use. So from cracking to grinding, electricity is the main power source. And when the separation between CaO, CO2 is carried out, we mainly use fossil fuels because it must be heated up to 2000 degrees. And after cooling and grinding, we again use electricity. So 60% of emissions come from the process, and the remaining 40%, if you break that down, 10% comes from electricity and 30% from fossil fuels. So that's the breakdown of our CO2 emissions. I believe that you understand the importance of cutting emissions, so let me skip this slide. In this cement energy, we mainly use heat energy, so we rely mostly on bituminous coal, and because of rising utility fees and bituminous coal prices, we need to reduce energy consumption business-wise. And per annum, you use 30,000 terajoule of energy. There are several ways to cut emissions in the cement industry, and the first is to raise efficiency of process. So from that, you can cut about 4%. Inverter or high efficiency equipment can be used, or we could use waste heat generation to save energy. So that would be about 4% of energy reduction, emission reduction. And instead of bituminous coal, we use waste plastic as fuel. If we do that, we can cut emissions by another 30%. If we burn plastic, CO2 is generated, and we can reduce this. Well, within our company, it's not reduced itself. So in the incinerator, when we burn waste plastic, we would get CO2. But we can offset this by replacing a bituminous coal with plastic. So overall, when you look at the cement industry, if this industry uses plastic instead of bituminous coal, this will be acknowledged as offset, thereby reduction. And for CAO, if we mix aluminum or steel, silicone, we can increase the share of these additional ingredients. This will reduce the amount of CaO as used, leading to less amount of CO2. So that's also recognized as reduction effort. POSCO mentioned about the slag. When it comes to a cement company, inside the slag there is steel. So if we use this to reduce CaO amount, we can generate less CO2. So by transitioning the ingredient, we can cut about 11.5% of our emissions. This technology of emission reduction takes account for 46.3% in achieving our target. So the remainder has to come from using CCU. So regarding waste heat power generation, we have a lot of waste heat. So we produce about 27.8 megawatt, which is 30% of total energy consumption. And in the future, we will collect more heat to increase production capacity. So it would go up to 80%. So our self-sufficiency of power generation will be 80%. This is the scheme of our waste heat power generator. And let's talk about inverters. We use a lot of inverters. And when you look at cement industries, the plastic processing furnace is designed as very large because when the temperature goes up to 2000 degrees Celsius, it generates a lot of gas and the load grows explosively. So our design capacity is 40% larger than the needed capacity. And under normal operation, IDF fan is not operated in 40 to 50% of the cases. So it means that there's a lot of energy load. And as a pilot project, we used a high pressure inverter. Because we're a private company, it's not easy to use high pressure inverters. So we had to cooperate with KEPCO for this project. With this pilot project, we cut emissions by 40%. And that is tantamount to 2,400 megawatts. And as emissions, that would be equivalent to 1,469 tons. So this was from one plastic kiln. And if we talk about 5 different rotary kilns, leads to a larger amount of energy saving and emission reduction. But this effort takes account for only 4% of our emission reduction effort. And using LED is difficult because of so much dust in cement industry, but we actually improved the working environment and we changed 80% of our lighting to LED lights. And this also leads to emissions cutting. So this is a scenario where we have replaced 10,000 lights to LED. And that will lead to a 0.4% reduction of our emissions. And this is about waste plastic. You can see waste tires and waste plastic that can be used in replacement of fossil fuels in our process. Luckily, in the cement industry, the temperature of the rotary kiln is 2000 degrees Celsius. When you burn plastic, dioxin is decomposed at 800 degrees, but at 2000 degrees, it is decomposed fully, but we cool this rapidly. We also have a preheating tower. And there is a function to neutralize acidic gas. And we do have fly ash from the process, which contains a lot of aluminum. But that can be used in cement. So there are some advantages for using plastic in the cement process. So this is the plastic usage of cement industry of each countries, and the share is 23% in Korea. When you go to Germany or Austria, it's about 70 to 60%. You can say that some European companies, cement companies, use less than 1% of bituminous coal. It has been replaced to plastic, other dead waste of animals. So from 2 years ago, we have been making this transition into new kind of fuel. And this is about the usage of bioenergy. We use waste sludge that can be used as fuel. And we also have inorganic sludge that contains CaO to a certain extent. And this can be used to reduce the amount of CO2 emissions. We talked about energy saving, transitioning into new fuels and power source, and that takes account for 43%. So the remaining 56% should come from capture and storage. So we use dry and wet membranes. Here we tried with wet membrane to capture CO2. And when it's captured, it must be stored underground. So we decided to utilize this by turning this into a PCCU, or liquefied carbonate. The problem was that capturing 1 ton of CO2 cost 70,000 won. But emission certificate is per ton 30,000 won. But let's say we turn this into liquefied carbonate that costs 200,000 won per cost. But in the market, it costs about 80 to 100,000 won. So we decided to turn this into PCCU. In the market, PCCU cost about 150,000 to 300,000 won. And PCC, the cost of manufacturing this was about 100,000 won, so we saw some market feasibility. But there's something called GCC, not PCC. It's a grounded form of CaCO. And suddenly, China developed this technology rapidly, so there was no market in Korea, domestic market in Korea. So we decided capture is not the way. When you try to utilize the captured CO2, you need to think about whether to mineralize it or turn it into a chemical. The government said it's going to produce 16.9 million tons of hydrogen. So we saw that there's a market, and we thought we need to work on the cost. Byproduct hydrogen is around 1,000 to 1,500 won per kilogram, and extracted hydrogen is more expensive. And the government said that it's going to set the hydrogen price from P2G at 6,000, 3,000 won. The government scenario is providing support. So we focused on blue hydrogen. You capture CO2, create methanol, and create DME from this, reform this to produce hydrogen. We're currently researching this technology. Basically, in the cement industry, you capture CO2, which also requires energy for leakage. You then put in methane, synthesize it, and bubbling requires energy once again. So cost will decrease because we are using existing process, and if we use waste heat from plastic, from CO2 to methane, the necessary LNG can be offset. So this is being developed as our carbon neutral technology. Korea used 1.8 million tons of methane, which is fully imported. It costs 350 won per kilo. So synthesizing this into DME cost about 1,100 won. Then our margin would be about 300 won. So we saw some advantage in doing this for hydrogen production. The key is we need to set the cost of producing DME at 350 won. So we gain some subsidy from the government to carry out relevant research. And when we use plastic waste heat, we can also reduce energy costs. So this will allow us to break even. Moving on to non-CO2 processing. So CCU would take account for 50% of reduction, but we cannot really transition 100% into electric arc furnaces. So CCU is very important for us. SF6 PFC in the cement kiln will be decomposed at more than 1,000 degrees, and F or S, because there's CaO in cement, will be combined to create another chemical, and it can also create gypsum, CSO4. So we researched this technology for 4 years and patented it. There is some regulation-related issue, but I think we can reduce the remainder through offset. For non-CO2, if we just install more capacity, we can reduce 45% of our set target. And we will utilize CCU and also increase the use of waste heat and byproduct, and also produce more special cement to reduce the generation of CaO, and that is our strategy. So in conclusion, we need to mobilize all possible reduction mechanisms and also transition our process to see some possibility of achieving our target. We are at the 7th or 8th stage of development. So if just the cost problem is resolved, I think there is a bright future for our industry to achieve carbon neutrality. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Please remain on stage for the following Q&A session. So we've listened to all presentations of the last session of today's conference. I'd like to invite all the speakers of session 3 for a final Q&A session. We collected questions in advance, so we will get the answers from the presenters. So we had discussions on domestic companies' successful response to carbon neutrality So, question to Mr. Jang from Korea Western Power. So, what are some of the response measures that you have in the plan to reduce coal-fired power generation? Globally, we have a trend to reduce and shut down coal-fired power plants. So we will have to decrease our coal-fired power plants, and LNG will be used as a fuel that would bridge our transition toward clean power generation. Of course, we have renewable energy, but we have the problem of intermittency. So until we solve the problem of intermittency of renewable energy, we will have to rely on LNG. But LNG still is fossil fuel, so we are planning to develop and apply the hydrogen coal-firing technology so that we'll be able to further reduce CO2 emissions. Thank you.
Next, Mr. Junong Kim from POSCO. So green investment focuses on achieving carbon neutrality, but we also need to think of profitability. So do you have an example of profitable carbon neutral projects? As mentioned, when we think about ESG-based management, it's not just about emission reduction, but it must lead to profits for our company to secure sustainability for our business. From this perspective, one leading example of green investment, two, could be first, facility investment based on technology, and secondly, regarding carbon neutrality, expanding business investment for carbon neutrality. So regarding facility investment, one leading example would be inside steel mills, there are waste heat. We need to recover this to the maximum extent for power generation or to use as steam. 종근당 and Seongshin Cement mentioned this as well as their example, but waste heat recovery can be utilized for power generation. That will lead to companies saving energy as well as cost reduction in the end. This means CO2 reduction and at the same time cost reduction to increase profitability. In a steel mill, as presented, CDQ can be used for heat recovery or power generation, and in the blast furnace, off gas is generated, and off gas is high pressure and high temperature. And this can be utilized for self-power generation in the off-gas-fired power plant. And during transportation, low pressure and low temperature must be applied at room temperature. So this differential pressure or temperature is used for power generation. And off-gas can be used in the internal power generation plant, so we can reduce the amount of purchased energy. From the stage of making facility investment, this has been considered. So energy efficiency of our steel mill is top of the world. But to reduce emissions further, metal scrap usage must be expanded. I think that will be the only way. And you also asked about examples of green investment. To meet the call of the times for this transition, we are planning to produce more low-carbon projects. So we're investing in production process. And for EVs, green cars, we are investing in facilities to produce secondary battery. In the future, to expand supply of hydrogen, we are going to expand joint ventures overseas to realize a green society by supplying necessary products.
Thank you for your answer. Now, Mr. Lee Sun-hee from Chonggunda and Mr. Lee Sun-dong from Seongshin Cement. Same questions to both of you. Now that small and medium-sized companies are trying to reduce CO2 emissions, what are some of the major challenges that these companies may face, and what kind of support do you need? Maybe you can talk about the request to the government. So, Mr. Lee from Chonggundang, please go ahead. Once again, I'd like to thank the organizers of the meeting for inviting me and also giving me this opportunity to make a proposal to the government. For SMEs and small, medium-sized companies, of course, we need to think about whether they have technological capability to cut down CO2 emissions. Of course, we had our own initiatives at Chonggundang, but expert support is critical for SMEs. There are some experts with applicable knowledge, and we need government support. We have to make sure that CO2 emissions help companies profit, and CO2 emissions happening at the company level should be able to contribute to the national target of achieving carbon neutrality. So we look forward to more government support, and we also hope that there will be some analysis conducted by the government in order to understand what kind of support is required by the SMEs. We do have some government support available, but we want more support coming from the government, hopefully, because, of course, for large companies, they can cut down on CO2 emissions by a huge margin, but for small and medium-sized companies, the percentage of carbon emissions reduction, not by the absolute amount of CO2 reduced, but the percentage of CO2 that's reduced out of the total possible emission must be considered in providing the government support. I believe that there will be a lot of SMEs that will join the efforts to reduce CO2 emissions. I think that's a really important aspect from the point of SMEs. Instead of talking about the absolute amount of CO2 reduced, maybe we need to consider the percentage of or the proportion of CO2 that's reduced.
Mr. Lee, so we're also an SME, Seongshin Cement. So when we develop new reduction technology, we need to be able to use it. But when you look at the situation, a new technology is something created from scratch. So regulation-wise. So in order to commercialize this, we need legal ground, and the government takes so much time in coming up with legal or regulatory ground. They need to have discussions interagency and also explain this to stakeholders. This will also go through the Human Rights Committee, and that would take about 3 to 4 years in total. I'm saying that when a company develops a new technology, they need to be able to commercialize it right away. So when we develop new technology, the government talks about chicken and egg issue. We say you need to work on the regulation side as we develop the technology, but the government says you need to complete development first. So developing a technology itself is very burdensome and difficult. But regarding this, there are so many regulations and institutions we need to take care of. I'm saying that the government says there's no law regarding it, we can't do it. And if there's a law, they regulate us because of it. So I think there should be more effort from the government side to deregulate these sectors to help our technological development efforts.
Thank you. And once again, please give them a big round of applause for their kind contribution to this conference. With that, we've listened to all the presentations of session 3 and completed the Q&A session. So we had a lot of discussions on three different topics of 3 sessions. With that, we will wrap up International Conference on Carbon Neutrality for the Industry 2021. For the previous 2 days, we had speakers from Korea and from overseas. Thank you very much for your participation. We also had many people joining us online, and once again, thank you very much for your participation. Through this year's conference, we were able to understand the actions required to achieve carbon neutrality by 2050. It was Park Se-jung, your MC. Thank you very much.